Yo ho 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 ho. Game is a little annoying because it pauses every time you click outside the window. I hate when games do that. Lucky. It's lucky it's a good game. Very lucky it's a good game. I'd be annoyed. Alright. I'm still eating my dinner consisting of some cheese and some slices of medwurst, which is basically just shitty salami. We'll manage. We are 13 years old. Peace time. The volume is a little high. I don't know what it was at. Your theology teachers tell you more about Anizot. It is more than just the provincial capital. It is also a sacred place blessed by the gods. It is where the twin gods' first disciples spilled their blood. And from that blood grew the sacred silver tree. Its enormous foliage hangs over the city. You see its branches in the sky every day, but you have never approached the trunk of the tree yourself. Today you will be taking your first trip to the Silver Tree. Your class is visiting a service in the Great Temple by the tree's very roots. Thanks to your theology teacher, you and the other students will witness this landmark of the twins' advent up close. Everybody is excited. Soon you and the other boys enter the slums surrounding the church district of Anizot. The roots are pulsating under your feet. They spread underground all throughout the area. Pathetic, cramped hovels and filthy streets surround the trunk of the tree. They are home to paupers, day laborers, and preachers. The people of the district bow humbly to you and point you towards the temple. They seem at peace despite the abject poverty in which they live. All who live directly beneath the tree are filled with its divine grace, your teacher says. People come here to make peace with the world and their faith in it. Your class is unusually quiet. Everyone is listening to the rustling of the leaves and the underground beating of the roots. The sky above you is obscured by the tree's canopy. You find the temple of the twin gods right next to the tremendous trunk of the tree. It almost seems a part of it. There is a crowd there, pilgrims dressed in traveling clothes, paupers and beggars, common people of the city, and the occasional well-dressed noble. There are arguments among some people who are gathered in separate small groups. Many people are wandering around, staring upward at the tree's branches. The tree impresses you. First we listen to the tree's wail noises. The tree impresses you with its might, and the calm emanating from it. You are filled with a desire to sit down and think of the world, to learn something about yourself, to touch the silver white bark and hearken to the whispering leaves. You are distracted enough to fall back from the rest of your classmates. You notice a small path. It should take you right next to the trunk. A tall red-haired woman walks out of the crowd of pilgrims. She's wearing a worn white robe. She's no longer young, but her face is youthful and covered in freckles. Her hands clutch a book. You have never seen this lady pilgrim before, yet she looks at you almost as if she has recognized a lifelong friend. She beckons to you and says her name, Matilda, a preacher from Astinia. What she says next shakes you to your very core. It is commendable to see a young man so keen to learn the teachings of the twins, she says. Yet you will never follow the light of truth within the walls of the temple. Inside you will only find the lies about the lots, the erring words of Prophet Isacius, sanctified by the passage of centuries. Yet anyone who sets out to read the accounts of the twins' own lives knows that they never so much as mention the lots. The red-haired preacher's words frighten you. They clash with everything you have heard from Mother, everything you have been taught at school. The lots are a lie? You freeze in fear. Should you argue with Matilda, or ask her for more information? Or should you treat her as a madwoman and catch up with your classmates? You suddenly feel a small warm hand grasp your own. You see a girl right next to you. She is just a little older than you. Wearing a black dress, threadbare yet almost spotless. Her hair is covered by a handkerchief, with only a single golden lock showing. Her brown eyes are burning with rage, her hand pulling you away from the red-haired preacher. You stare in confusion at the strange young girl, your cheeks flushed by the sudden touch. There is just a bit of color on her cheeks too, but then she starts speaking to you quickly. Don't listen to her, she's dangerous. Come to the temple with me, only there will you see the truth. You stand there, surrounded by the crowd of praying pilgrims and the sounds of shuffling feet, torn between two people you have never seen before, and each of them expects you to follow her. But all the while you hear the whispering of the wind in the tree's branches. The branches reach out for you, almost as if the tree wishes to speak to you itself. Can you hear its voice? Give in to the epiphany. Follow the girl into the temple. Stay with the red-haired pilgrim. Leave them and approach the tree. I want to go and talk to the tree. Fuck bitches. Trees. And shit. Leave them and approach the tree. The tree is beautiful. The tree is beautiful. The silver-white foliage stretches and spreads towards the sky, held aloft by a trunk so thick it would be a challenge to walk around it. The leaves rustle and whisper peacefully in the wind. The tree, it seems to speak to you. You walk away from the odd-looking preacher and the young acolyte, ignoring them as they call out to you. You walk around the temple and the crowd of people, getting closer to the tree with every step. Then you extend a shaking hand and touch the bark. It is unusually warm. You can feel a pulse beneath the roots. The tree is alive. I mean, obviously, but I know what they mean. The roots are so gigantic they form large grottos, spaces of air embraced by the roots in the ground. You squeeze into one of these grottos. It is unusually bright and quiet, shielded from the noise of Anisot. Right now there is only you and the tree. You sit down. There are leaves rustling all around you. The only noise you hear is the beating pulse of life that flows through the tree, and this pulse beats in time with your own heart. You feel clarity and calmness, free of doubt and frustration. The tree speaks to you. Or are they your own thoughts, so strange, unfamiliar, and eye-opening? These thoughts speak of soothing love, and of crystal-clear law, and of love and law intertwining to bring the miracle of life to you. You stop slouching, and your frown becomes a light smile. Hours pass like fleeting seconds. You lose track of time until you overhear someone shouting your name. Alas, it is time to leave this grotto. The sun is setting over Anisop now. The day was quick to pass. Your teacher frowns, ready to scold you. You mumble an explanation, and say you are ready to be punished for disobedience. Yet instead the teacher nods in understanding. You keep looking back at the tree, all the way home. Whatever happened to you today, you find it difficult to put into words. Giga willpower. Let's do some chewing. Another school day has ended. You're making your way home, still mulling over the things you learned from your teachers. The founding of the empire, the eternal and unshakable rule of a single dynasty, the three estates. Each with its own rights. What an odd sort of order the world has, and yet so mysterious. At least it sounds that way when your teachers talk about it. Mother is waiting for you on the porch. She smiles gently when she sees you, and yet her expression still shows great concern. Father left on a trip to several distant Magron towns a few days ago. Since then, Mother has been trying to tell you something, but she seems uncertain. Son, could you put your things away and come pray with me? You join Mother in a prayer to the twins. She prays with fervent sincerity, her head bowed low, reciting the words of obedience to them and their greater design in a barely audible whisper. You repeat after her, just as she has taught you ever since you were a little boy. When the prayer ends, Mother sighs and turns to you. Robin, my son, you are 13 now. You'll be grown soon. It's time you learned about certain things that are important to our family. Difficult things. It's about your father and me. About our marriage. You gaze curiously into Mother's eyes. I'm sure you've wondered about this before. Your father is a nobleman of the mantle, so how could he marry a commoner with another man's child? But you see, Robin, your father, when his first wife, Amalia Alborn, died, it was a painful blow to him. He lost the will to live, lost all purpose. He felt like his own destiny was cut short that day as well. And then he met me. You know the troubles I had in the past. I went to the prefecture as a petitioner to ask them for help, protection, justice. When I was a young girl, I worked at a small shop that sold crockery and dishes. A nobleman took a liking to me. May his name be forever forgotten. The twins know I was humble and honored, his lot to rule. The twins know I was humble and honored his lot to rule, but he took me by force. Mother falls silent, summoning the courage to continue. Gloria is that nobleman's daughter, but he was outraged. How could I have the gall to burden him with low-born progeny? He turned me out on the streets, with that little baby girl in my arms. Mother's voice is shaking now. You take her hand tenderly. I had no home, no honor, nowhere to go, no one to help me. When I went to the prefecture, I didn't really think the judges there would help me, and help me find justice against my former master. But when Sir Robert heard my plea, his eyes met mine, and I believe that, at that very moment, the twins themselves granted him the gift of their love. Your father told me that there was nothing he could do to make that detestable nobleman marry me, but he would never abandon me and baby Gloria, and if I agreed, he would take me into his own home. Tears are running down Mother's cheeks. And I knew it, my son. I knew how much his honor and reputation would suffer, but caring for me brought him back to life. It's like he experienced another sacrament. He rediscovered his noble purpose, his lot to rule and protect and care for others. But his decision to marry me, he is still paying for it today. Your father had the courage to defy your grandfather, the founder of his bloodline. If only you knew how much he had to endure, my son. If only you knew the despicable rumors we heard about the Brants all over Anisot. It was only thanks to the efforts of Sir Gregor that the Brant bloodline managed to hang on to what little remained of its reputation. And now the noble families have all but forgotten about that scandal, thank the twins. Mother falls silent. She looks at you intently. Do you understand what she is telling you? My son, I'm not telling you this just to share the pain of my past. I have no reason to complain. Even Sir Gregor has accepted me through gritted teeth. But you need to understand the heavy burden our family must bear, including our scandalous marriage and Gloria's foul origin. And Gloria, she can never be a Brant. Even if the elder Brants agreed, the news would stir up the old scandal in the minds of high society. And if that were to happen, Robin, they would see even your birth as illegitimate. Mother sighs heavily. What I told you just now is something you have to know, son. You're about to enter adult life. By my lot, I must be humble. I cannot tell you how to treat your family. But may I ask you a question? Now that you know all of this, do you still see Gloria as your sister? No. Of course. Filled with the determination, you assure Mother that Gloria is and will always be your sister. You want Gloria to be a Brant too. You want her to be a part of your family. Who cares what the nobles of Anisot say? Mother beams with quiet joy when she hears this. Oh, Robin, if only you knew how happy that would make me, to have our family united at last. However, the joy on her face quickly gives way to concern. But I already owe good Sir Robert a debt I can never repay. He's given my daughter so much, a home, an education, his care and advice. The Brant bloodline could suffer so much from Gloria's existence. We should all just learn to accept her status as it is. Just then you hear Gloria carefully knock at the door of Mother's chambers. Mother, Robin, I couldn't find you. You happily greet your sister. Yes, she is your sister. No old secrets can ever change that. Mother gives you and Gloria a kiss on the forehead and returns to her prayers. You and your sister walk downstairs together. Mother is alone by her bedside now, thanking the twins with a quiet prayer and the Brant family they have given her. You hope they can hear her. Yay, my mommy loves me! You are 13 now, another theology lesson. Today's sermon is about the priests and why the clergy is the only one of the 3 estates with the right to interpret the lots and guide the other 2 estates accordingly. Thomas sits next to you, huffing and puffing as he fervently writes down the teacher's every word. But you've heard all of this from Mother many times before, so you take this moment to daydream a little. Father promised to take you to the capital once your studies are complete. But the teacher suddenly casts a stern look around the lecture hall and raises his voice at one of your classmates. A boy by the name of Brian jumps out of his seat. The teacher asks him to repeat what he had just said. Brian freezes and seems to shrink. He tries to muster a reply, but nothing comes out. The class becomes agitated. Someone is about to get punished. The teacher now looms over Brian. The boy's cheeks are flushed, and his eyes are covered in tears. You all watch the teacher's iron-bound book as he raises it sharply, about to strike. Brian shrieks and raises a hand in front of him. A sudden flash. The teacher screams and buries his face in his arms. His hair is ablaze and his skin is covered in horrible burns. It's magic. Real magic, just like in the books about the Magra Rebellion. The class freezes in shock. There is a dull thud and the iron-bound book falls to the floor. Brian's hysterical laughter rends the silence. He stands up from his bench, fire in his eyes and sparks on his fingertips. There are screams now. Students run for the door. The teacher tries to extinguish his burning hair. Brian snaps his fingers, and the books of Isacius on the desks turn into pillars of flame. He laughs and raises his arms, and the curtains catch fire. The screams grow louder as the fire howls. Brian's face is tense and violent. His mouth is spewing flames, and his whole body is shaking with laughter. He steps towards the door. You and Tomas glance at each other. He's going to burn the whole school down. Your friend's determination makes you brave. You run behind Brian and knock him off his feet. You both tumble to the floor, even through his clothes, his body sears your flesh. Brian screams, convulses, and grabs Tomas by the shoulders with his burning hands. Tomas howls but stays put, then knocks Brian senseless with several fierce blows to the head. There are servants fussing around the room now. They put out the fire and take away the teacher, his body covered in horrible burns. You and Tomas remain next to Brian, who is lying on the floor, silent. Soon 3 men in black cloaks enter the doors of the school, each bearing an edict sealed with silver, the Inquisition. You and Tomas are told to step away from the witch. They lock Brian's neck in a silver collar and take him away. One of the Inquisitors remains behind to tell the students what happened. That was magic, he explains, the ungodly power that twists the minds of men into savage instruments of murder. Only the sacred shackles of silver can hold it at bay. Only the power of the twins can save us all from its evil grasp. The next day you are forbidden from ever mentioning Brian's name again. He is no more. We're not very ingenued. Ingenued. A great day looms ahead. 100 years ago, Uther Tempest was anointed to rule over the Empire. Blessed by the twins themselves, the Emperor's reign continues into its 2nd century. Celebrations in honor of the Tempest dynasty are held throughout the city, and the school is closed for 2 weeks because of that. Hello, Sudden Cringe. Yeah, we'll manage. We'll manage to grow some IQ. One of these evenings, Father tells everyone that Grandfather is going to bring Stefan back home for the holiday. They say families should celebrate the Day of Anointment together. You could benefit from your elder brother's company. With his noble education, Stefan might be able to teach you how noblemen are supposed to act. Soon, Stefan arrives. He now handles himself differently. When it comes to ordering servants around and ignoring Gloria, he is still Grandfather's double, but he is more grown up now and far less haughty to you. It is a dark winter evening. A damp, cold wind sweeps through the city from the barren lands of Magra. You and Stefan are sitting in the library. He is telling you all about Eterna, the capital of the Empire. It is full of so many wonders. The Imperial Palace, the enormous Temple of the Twins, the Military Academy, the Imperial College. You've read so much about these places, yet he has seen them firsthand. Nathan enters the library. He looks concerned. Is this a demo? Did you get the full game? I bought the full game. I also saw that they're actually making a sequel as well. No release date though. Like it a lot so far. Yeah. I can't find Gloria. I looked everywhere. She's not in the attic, not in the sitting room, not in the kitchen. I heard she wanted to sneak off into the ruins of Char Milanides' palace. She could be lost in there. You and Stefan exchange looks. Char Milanides, the rebellious duke, the ruins of his palace are a dangerous place. Some children claim his tainted magic still lingers there, which means you absolutely have to make your way there and back again to prove you're not afraid of the long-dead witch. Your brother tells you to wait. He leaves and soon returns with his sword in its sheath. Get ready, Robin. We're going to rescue Gloria. She must have gone to the ruins in search of inspiration for another one of her little rhymes. The two of you instruct Nathan to tell your parents you've gone for a walk in the square. You and your elder brother head outside. You're confused by Stefan's actions. He refuses to treat Gloria like a human being, so why is he still so determined to rescue her? Stefan notices your expression. Are you wondering why I care about Gloria all of a sudden? I can't act in any other way, can I? The law of honor compels me to protect my family. Gloria will never be a Brante, but father still took her into our house. I must respect his seniority and defend Gloria like she is one of our own. You are a Brante too, noble or not, which means it is your duty to aid me. The ruins of Char Milanidas' palace spans an entire district. The palace was abandoned centuries ago, and its remnants are overgrown with thick underbrush. The ruined palace is empty, nothing but cold wind blowing over crumbling brickwork. Even the worst scum of the land steer clear of this place. You make your way through the ruins until you spot scattered sheets of paper covered in writing, your sister's writing. You hear loud laughter coming from behind a dilapidated stone wall nearby. You pull yourself up to peer over it. Gloria is lying on the ground, face down, twitching and sobbing. A gaggle of drunk young thugs surround her, cackling and swinging their arms about. You hear their shouts. Look at the lass sitting here rhyming words together. She thinks she's all noble, but don't you worry, you low-born tart. We're gonna teach you your place. One of the louts spits at Gloria as she lies there. Get away from her this instant, you bastards, or I'll spill your guts. They respond with mocking laughter. Stefan draws his sword. The street thugs recoil in fear, but they soon notice that he is only one armed man against many. They start reaching out for sticks and stones. Stand by my side. Don't let them flank me. Stefan's hand shakes, but he looks ready for battle. He is outnumbered. For a moment you hesitate. Perhaps it might be better to run for the nearby district and call for guards. The young thugs are already armed with makeshift weapons. They start approaching you and Stefan cautiously. Follow your brother's orders. Stefan's firm voice fills you with confidence. You follow your noble brother's orders. It takes a moment to grab a stick and then you're at Stefan's back, angrily swinging at the louts as they try to bring him down. One of the louts lunges at your brother with a stone, but you hit him with the stick and he falls down right at Stefan's feet. His sword flashes. The blade sinks deep into the young man's stomach. He wheezes. Blood starts pouring onto the ground. The thugs freeze. Stefan pulls the sword out, his face an inscrutable mask, and returns to his fighting stance. You're stunned to see Stefan take another man's life so easily and effortlessly, like picking his own teeth. The thugs look like they're about to flee. There is rage and confusion on their faces. They never expected the young nobleman to use that sword. Stefan just scoffs at them. Low-born scum, that's all you are. This is the only language you understand. Good job, brother. Gloria, get up. We're going home. He turns to glance at your sister, giving the enraged thugs just enough time to rush you. You get separated from Stefan. Your back is against the wall now. They hit you hard in the stomach, then face, then the side of the head. Then your mind slips away. When the darkness disperses, you find yourself lying in your bed. Stefan is in the armchair next to you reading a book. He is alive, with left arm in a sling and a black eye, but still alive. Your head is spinning and you feel nauseous. You try your best to sit up. Stefan looks up from the book. Don't try to get up. You lost a lot of blood. I suppose that was a few thugs too many for a single warrior, even with good backup. I'm impressed. We fought like an army. The noble orders, the commoner obeys, all according to our lots. We defended the family's honor together. You know, brother, the nobleman's lot is also a great burden that few are able to bear. It takes courage. Not to fight everything you see, but to do your duty. Each and every decision a nobleman makes becomes a part of his family's legacy, flowing in the blood tide forever. You're not dead again, at least? Yeah, I was thinking that immediately when they charged me, I'm like, okay, this is another death. The game seems very like eager to dole out the deaths, which is why I'm like a little scared of being brave now that we've died 2 times already. But I feel like that was the only good option there, to be perfectly honest. I think if you charge them, you probably die. If you flee, he probably dies. I think about it often. A noble mustn't act weak. A noble mustn't suffer like people of the low-born lot. A noble must rule over them wisely. A noble must ensure that they have work to do. It is not merely your own lot you have to look after. You have to ensure that 1,000 others can live by their lot as well. And there are so many more matters to take care of. Honor, dignity, tradition. It's tough. But it's what it takes to be a nobleman. Do you understand what I'm talking about? There is approval in your brother's eyes for the first time in a long while. It was a pleasure to fight side by side, brother. Damn. He's not a fucking asshole anymore. Before long, the entire city hears how a gang of low-born thugs assaulted Stefan Brante. Grandfather ensures that the brash young men are found. Some of them are taken into custody as soon as lesser death releases them. Grandfather seeks vengeance on those who hurt his favorite grandson. Prefect Elborn, a friend of your family, promises to personally oversee the trial and ensure that justice is served. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like justice. Stefan and Grandfather decide to stay in Anisot until the trial ends. Grandfather demands true death for every single assailant. You ask Father to explain something. How can a legal court sentence criminals to true death? How can worldly judgment overrule the twins' law? Your words are true, my son. Their law is second to none. Yet the twin gods also made the empire in all its ways. The court of law exists to execute the laws of heaven here in the world. Should the court of law sentence a person to death, the law high above will always enforce it, and so every execution brings true death. The commoners who assaulted Stefan, a born nobleman, have committed a grave offense, there is no doubt about that. And yet, according to the Emperor's decree, even commoners have the right to defend themselves when they are about to face true death. This means that all of us will have to appear at the trial and testify before the court. Evening comes. Gloria visits your room. She looks crestfallen, and her fingers keep reaching for her long hair. You put away your schoolbooks and ask what is bothering her. The trial is tomorrow. I thought I was going to appear there too as an eyewitness. After all, this whole mess started because of me, but Sir Robert isn't even going to mention that I was there. Can you imagine? He says it would ruin the case. Why am I always in the way? Nobody ever mentions me. Nobody has to listen to me. It's like I don't even exist. And I thought Stefan standing up for me finally meant something. Maybe I will become part of the family. But no, everything is back to usual now. Alright, now Gloria is being an asshole. Gloria tries her best to hold back the tears. You do your best to comfort her. Father just needs to keep the family out of trouble. If Sir Robert believes that I only bring trouble, why did he took me into the house at all? Gloria runs away. You return to your books, but you can't help but get lost in thought. What if they told the court you weren't there either? How would you feel then? There is a knock at the door. It is Father. He closes the door behind him and sits next to you. There is an exhausted look about him. Son, you will be testifying before the court tomorrow. Please remember what I'm about to tell you. Gloria wasn't at the ruins at all. You went there with your brother to inspect this historic site. The lowborn men insulted Stefan first, and then attacked him. Stefan had managed to deal with the assailants on his own by the time the guards intervened. Gloria will cast suspicion on the case. If we mention her very existence to the court, the reputation of the family will suffer. Your grandfather will never forgive me if that happens. Do not let me down. We're all counting on you. You recall the night of the fight like it was a moment ago. Gloria sprawled under the feet of those cackling thugs. Her poetry, her greatest treasure, scattered on the ground. She thinks she's all noble. Those were the words they spat down at her. But doesn't grandfather mean the same thing when he denies that she is part of the family? Okay. But if you do what father tells you, the trial will end quickly. Those commoners will face true death for assaulting a noble. If you mention Gloria, things will get complicated, and you cannot predict how the trial will end. Which is more important to you? What is right, or what is just? Convince father to change his mind. No, I'm going to support father. Father is right. You nod in agreement. You will follow the family's plan for the trial to the letter. A faint smile appears on father's fatigued face. Thank you, son. This is an important case for our family, and for me as well. I appreciate your support. The day comes. The trial takes place in the lesser hall of the city's prefecture. Sir Elborn himself presides as the judge. You are seated next to father and Stefan. You testify to the court one after another. You echo your brother's testimony to the letter. The young commoners insulted you as they were both walking by the ruins. Then they assaulted you. Stefan defended you. The lives of the 4 thugs are forfeit. Sir Elborn rises to deliver the sentence. The court of Anizot judges you guilty of assaulting Stefan Brante, a nobleman. All 4 defendants are sentenced to true death by hanging. There is no wind, but you feel a gust sweep through the hall. The defendants turn pale. Their mothers are bawling and crying. Everybody in the court feels the dreadful power of the law, and it is stern and just. That very power has been invoked by this sentence, and by that very sentence the lives of the 4 young men are literally forfeit, for all eternity. The gallows await. Stefan and grandfather stand in the front row. The wood creaks. The trapdoors under the young men's feet. The trapdoors open under the young men's feet. They dangle in the air, wheezing and reaching out for support with their feet in their final moments. Father lets out an inaudible sigh of relief. It's all over now. When Gloria comes back home the day after, she refuses to eat dinner and locks herself in her room. Before she leaves, however, you notice a scratch on her face and her hair is disheveled. You go to her room and knock at the door, but she will not open. Then she finally replies. She has already gone to bed and you should leave. Did you do the right thing during the trial? Your sister is still being bullied. No one knows she has a family to defend her, and Gloria does not want to be defended now. Those 4 commoners saw no mercy. Their lives ended for assaulting a nobleman. What did you seek to prove with this, and to whom? Was it worth it in the end? This is Gloria's fault. And she's being immature about it. Stefan leaves soon after the trial, alone. Grandfather does not go with him. For the first time in a long while, he lingers in the house for more than a fortnight. Father says Sir Gregor is ill and needs rest. Several months go by, and it becomes clear that grandfather will not recover. The eldest Brante is mostly bedridden now. On some days he has trouble recognizing people. When he means to address you or Nathan, he calls you Robert, your father's name. But when he does get out of bed, the house grows empty. The servants hide. Mother locks herself in her chambers. You and Nathan run outside or hide quietly in your rooms. If grandfather sees anyone in the hallway, he begins lamenting. Oh, nobody heeds the lots any longer. Any harlot with a child can marry a nobleman these days. Children have no respect. His son betrayed him and let him down. Oh, and oh, how the Brante family has lost its honor. Again and again you hear grandfather knocking at mother's door, screaming that it is all her fault. He blames her for ruining his chances to find bliss in the hereafter. He blames her for dooming him to suffer at the foot of the pillar. You overhear your parents talking one night. Mother begs father to move Sir Gregor to his old home and spare the children his decline. Father refuses her outright. It is late at night. The hot, dry winds are coming. The house is empty save for you, Nathan, Gloria, mother, and grandfather in his bed. Father has left for the capital on business. You're engrossed in the history of the Empire, snapping out of your reverie only when the clock strikes midnight. You blow out the candle and get ready for bed. You hear the shuffling of heavy feet outside your door. You see light in the hallway. Grandfather. What could he want in the middle of the night? Hello, okay. Yeah, I was playing it a bit before I started playing Breath of Fire. I only switched over because I was having a keto flu headache for like 2 weeks. So I wanted to do something that didn't involve constant reading out loud. And yes, Grandpa is fucking nuts. You peek into the hallway once he is past. Grandfather's figure sways as he heads for the door to Mother's chambers. He opens the door and walks in. You hear him saying something quietly. Your unease is stronger than your fear now. You sneak closer to hear his words. You foul commoner. I have to cleanse my sins. I have to save my soul. You are my greatest sin. You and what you have done to Robert and this family. I should have put a stop to this marriage. I should have stopped Robert from tainting this house by your presence. Why, oh why didn't I do it? Please, Sir Brante, I beg of you. Silence! You will do my bidding. Fire will cleanse all low-born filth from this place. Fire and flame will free Robert from this disgrace. This is for my son's sake. For my son's sake. For my sake. I need to eradicate this low-born filth. The twins, they're calling for me now. I can feel it. I can feel it. I beg of you, please, have mercy. Mother begins to cry. You run into the room, unable to stay out of this any longer. Grandfather's gaunt figure looms over Mother's bed, a lit oil lamp in his hand. I like Grandpa because he's like, even when he was just old, he was built like fucking M. Bison or something, and now he's like old and demented, and he's still like almost built like M. Bison. Mother is sprawled out on the bed, crying. Please, just let me warn the children. I beg of you, Sir Brante. Your steps are loud enough to be heard. Grandfather turns to look at you. Stay out of this, Robin. Be useful for once. Worldly matters concern me no longer. I see only my sins now, and a sinner I am. A sinner. The twins, they forgive no one. They will judge me by the pillar. I must do something. I don't want to suffer for all eternity. Go away. Mother is crying. Grandfather is still looming over the bed. Driven to madness, his hand shakes as it clutches the oil lamp. His eyes shine in the dark. He truly believes this has to be done. You are suddenly torn. What if he is right? What if that is the only way for his soul to find salvation? There is no going back now. You have but a moment to act. Oh, sure, Grandpa, let's go. Stop Grandfather. Yeah, we're stopping fucking Grandfather. You look at Grandfather defiantly and step towards him. He stares you down with rage and throws the oil lamp at the floor. You manage to catch it, but just barely. Several drops of hot oil hit the rug, not nearly enough to start a fire. The lamp's glass is blistering hot. It burns your hands, but you still hold onto it safely. You low-born scum! You ruined everything! You're every bit like your mother, you! Enraged, he takes a swing and you squeeze your eyes shut. But he does not hit you. Instead, there is a deep exhalation. You peek at him with one eye, just in time to see him collapse, all his strength fading away. His chest is heaving, his face a grimace of contempt. Another heavy exhalation. The contempt is gone. There is only fear now. Grandfather's eyes open wide, almost in surprise. He exhales. His eyes grow dim. Mother is there, whispering a prayer. She is shaking violently. You put the oil lamp gently on the bedside table and call for the servants. They carry the body away. It does not disappear. True death has found him. He will never return. You spend the rest of the night with Mother in the sitting room. She will not let go of your hand. For many, many nights afterwards, she keeps seeing Grandfather's shadow out of the corner of her eye. Father returns from Eterna the morning after. He is unusually composed as he arranges for the funeral. The house becomes quiet. Not the looming, heavy sort of quiet of the past few months, but the calm relief you all feel now that the crazed old man is no more. At last, Gregor Brante, the family's patriarch, has departed for the hereafter. We got mine. We lost relation with him. Data's true death. Your grandfather, Sir Gregor Brante, left this world forever to meet the twin gods. I need to eat some cheese. This game is not very good for eating food while you're playing. Cheese. What cheese? Swedish hushållsost. Let me type it for you. There you go. What it is. It's just it's a very soft cheese. Soft, very mild. It's meant for sandwiches and stuff. And creamy. The night of grandfather's death shook your family to the core. Yet no matter how it happened, your grandfather, Gregor Brante, is dead and will never return. He was the fearful shadow looming over the rest of the family, the Brante patriarch exerting his influence on all the lives below him. And all of you will remember him forever. I would love living in a larger place. Like, even the States, to be honest. Just to be able to buy, like, cool cheeses and stuff. Like, honey chili cheese and shit like that. Like, weird, freaky shit. But over here, we don't have anything. There's literally nothing. The night of grandfather's death shook your family to the core. Yet no matter how it happened, your grandfather, Gregor Brante, is dead and will never return. He was a fearful shadow looming over the rest of the family, the Brante patriarch, exerting his influence on all the lives below him, and all of you will remember him forever. Father is the new patriarch of the family now, yet he still cannot bring himself to sit at the head of the table, where Sir Gregor used to preside. Stefan locks himself away in grandfather's bedroom every day. He will not talk to anyone. Gloria and Nathan still jump at every sound that so much as resembles the knocking of his walking stick. Mother spends all day in prayer at the temple. And yet the house has become calm and quiet with his passing. But there is one more thing that must be done. The final farewell. It weighs heavily upon your soul. The day comes to pay your final respects. Father goes to the tomb alone to save for Stefan, Nathan and you. Mother and Gloria stay at home. Only nobles or those who may become Only nobles or those who may become nobles may join this ritual. There is a solemn silence as you walk to the crypt. Father is the one who breaks this silence when you finally reach the door of the family crypt. Your grandfather built this crypt, and now he will be the first Brante to remain here, in body forever. The first ever noble in our family. It is now our duty to hold the sacrament of flowing blood for Sir Gregor. We will honor his legacy and join him as the founder of the noble Brante dynasty. Stefan perks up at father's words. His hand still clutched grandfather's sword. Tradition decrees that it must remain in the niche above the owner's sarcophagus. Nathan, on the other hand, looks even more frightened now. Stairs carved of white stone lead you downward. Deep in the gloom of the crypt atop a pedestal, you see the sarcophagus that holds grandfather's body. Father takes a moment to compose himself before paying his final respects. Gregor Brante, my father, brought our family into nobility through his unshakable will. He was a judge and a loyal servant to the empire. He lived his life as if he had been born a noble, and he never strayed from the path he had chosen. He sought to make the Brante family a noble by the sword, so that our children's children might be of noble birth. The twins know I abided by my father's words all my life, even if I could not obey him every time. Father lets off a bitter chuckle as he says this. Stefan glares at Father, then turns to glare at Nathan and you. After all, the two of you were born of Father's shameful decision to marry a commoner. All of you remember his disastrous passing. He did not die the true death he deserved, yet we all must know that he fought for the future he believed in to the very end, and he would be proud to see his family bid him farewell with this sacrament of the nobility. Stefan still glares at Father sullenly. His fingers remain clutched around grandfather's sword. Nathan barely pays attention to the words. He looks around with unease, his arms folded across his chest. Father reaches into his jacket and pulls out a slender dagger, thin and sharp. He takes off his gloves. Watch me carefully, my sons. Make a small cut on the palm of your hand and let your blood flow into this duct on the wall of the crypt. It will join your grandfather's blood here and flow forever. Then ancestors and progeny will become as one. We shall enter our family's blood tide and receive grandfather's final blessing, for his blood flows first in our blood tide. He will respond to you. You are part of him, and he is part of you. With a quick motion, Father slices his hand and holds the bleeding cut above a small opening in the wall. When he hands the dagger to Stefan, Stefan cuts his hand without hesitation, and does as Father did. You receive the dagger next. The dagger's handle feels warm. You hesitate for a moment as you look at the palm of your hand. If you participate in this ritual, you will enter the Brante blood tide. You, a low-born child, a child who is still a commoner. Are you ready to claim your legacy as a descendant of the nobleman Gregor Brante? The eyes of your father and brothers are upon you. Nathan, the youngest brother, will follow your example. You can be certain of this. Okay. Give the dagger back. You return the dagger to Father, and say you cannot participate in the ritual. You are a commoner, and your back bears the mark of the lash. Grandfather would never have let you honor his name as a nobleman. Nathan nods in agreement. You do not deserve this honor. Father furrows his brow and shakes his head. Stefan, help me close the lid of the sarcophagus and remember to ask grandfather for his blessing. And as for you two, it seems you weren't ready to walk the nobleman's path after all. You are right, son. Your grandfather would never have allowed it. The lid of the sarcophagus falls into place with a heavy, resonant thud. Then suddenly you all freeze as each of you hears your late grandfather speak to you. His voice is loud as it rings in the depths of the crypt, and yet he speaks to each of you separately. Foul-blood weakling! I knew you never had it in you to rise above your meager birth, Robin. You have not a drop of nobility in you, and your pathetic little brother is the same. You're a taint upon my flesh and blood. Be gone from my crypt. Your legs carry you out of the crypt of their own accord. Out, out, out of that stuffy crypt. You can finally breathe again. You hear slow footsteps behind you. You turn around and meet Nathan's gaze. You did the right thing. If it weren't for you, I'd have done what Father told us. Grandfather said I should stay away from his legacy. Said it'll do me no good if I try to follow in his footsteps. How's that for words of guidance, eh? Nathan sighs as he embraces you. Father and Stefan leave the crypt much later and walk to the carriage without a word. You and Nathan humbly follow behind them. He didn't like that. What about Stefan? He didn't care. More cheese. Forbidden love. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Conditions met greater than nobility 4, or for nobility greater than 4. Another day of school is behind you. You're now wandering your district, taking your time before going home. It is getting dark. You are soon walking past the splendid mansion of Count El Velaso, one of Magra's richest landlords. You hear a familiar voice from the other side of the iron fence. It is Stefan's voice. It is followed by the sound of a young lady laughing. You peek through the fence and into the mansion's garden. And indeed, there you see your elder brother, dressed like he is going to meet the Emperor himself. He is currently busy helping a pretty young lady out of the window. She locks him in an emotional embrace. You recognize her, Maria El Velaso, Count El Velaso's daughter. And as the whole city knows, she is already betrothed to another young nobleman from a far more illustrious family. Oh, Maria, I thought I would help you come down to earth from your heavenly abode, but your very touch brings me to the heavens. Oh my god. He picks the Count's daughter up and holds her in the air. She laughs, almost imperceptibly, and kisses him on the cheek. But then Stefan takes her by the chin and turns her face to him. Their lips join in a kiss. A flurry of emotion washes over you as you watch it happen. Stefan is putting the reputation of his entire family at risk. Acting so frivolously with the Count's daughter may turn the Count's influence against all the Brants, and yet Stefan always speaks so highly of noble bearing and composure and family honor. Stefan's face is glowing with joy. Your older brother, he is happy, truly happy. You have never seen Stefan like this as his arms hold the Count's daughter in a tender embrace. So gently, as though he fears to hurt her. And Maria reciprocates his feelings. Must you really rob them of their secret joy? Yes, I must. If you ever speak to him about this, no one else must hear it. You wait by the gate, patiently until Stefan decides to return from his escapades. He is startled when he finally notices you standing by the gate. Remind him what a nobleman's honor means. You fold your arms as you face your elder brother. He is confused to see you here. You speak to him openly. You know of his affair with Maria El Velaso, and Stefan should forget that young lady as soon as humanly possible. He freezes at these words. You keep talking. A noble cannot behave like this. Stefan is risking bringing shame over all the Brants, and worse yet, he is defying his own lot and his own words. His honor, Maria's honor, the family's honor. It will all be harmed by his recklessness. How could Stefan have forgotten about this? How could he have let his emotions rule him? Why should you have to be there to remind a born noble about this? You who were born a commoner. Stefan frowns, but lets you keep talking. You wait for his anger, but there is none. When you are finally done speaking, your brother stays quiet for a long moment, and then sighs heavily. Yes, indeed, you are right. I lost control of myself. Maria, I am a madman in her presence. I forget the world when I'm with her, and I forgot my duty to my lot and my family. I will part ways with Lady El Velaso and offer my apologies to her father. My brother, thank you. You've reminded me of who I am. From that day on, Stefan stops going out at night. His attitude towards you has changed too. He now looks at you with respect, as if he has finally come to see you as an equal. Even in his anger, he is now quick to recall your brave decision and stop himself. That was a short one. Let's do some more chewing. Oh man, I'm sick of this. Ugh, mad worst. It wasn't even a lot. I only chopped like that much or something. Like it wasn't even much. But man, I don't really like it. It's not that good. They didn't have any salami. Also, I'm trying to stay away from garlic and onion, and everything else has that. It still has like dextrose and shit, which I should probably not eat, but whatever. I just couldn't be arsed to cook. I was too tired. Maybe later. Grandfather's passing and last respects have left a mark on the entire family. His words relayed from the hereafter keep echoing in your mind. You still do your best to avoid the memory of grandfather's last night and spend more time on the city streets with Tomas and your other classmates. The road by the house reminds you of another clash with death. Sometimes, as you walk along the road, you recall Sophia, the beautiful girl with the wonderful eyes and the terrifying thundering hooves. You have not seen Sophia since that fateful day. The children who live nearby say her parents sent her to a rich Arcanian family, the Ottons, as a servant. The sun has set. The sun has set. The pillar shines palely in the dark sky. Tomas is ill, so you decide to visit him and tell him the latest news. The streets seem oddly agitated tonight, full of horses, cloaked men, strange faces, and hushed voices. A young nobleman in a heavy embroidered cloak is walking back and forth, clutching at his sword nervously. There is a grimace of rage on his delicate blue face. He is an Arcanian. You overhear voices. Sir Otton, the girl is not at home. We searched the house. Her parents swear she ran away from home too. They claim they wanted to bring her back. Just do whatever it takes. Turn this loathsome district upside down if you must, but bring my servant back to me. She's here. Sophia ran away from an Arcanian? How can this be? There is only one place on the entire street where a person could hide. The abandoned Moral House, 4 houses away from yours. You head there, doing your best not to attract attention. The lopsided house built of yellow brick has been abandoned for 20 years or so. You remember playing there as a boy. You glimpse a figure inside even before you enter. A pair of eyes glimmer in the dark. You would recognize them even after another 4 years. Sophia has grown up. She's almost an adult now, and her face is full of fear. She's not the easygoing girl next door that you remember. She finally recognizes you. Oh, it's you, Robin. Be quiet. They're all looking for me. I ran away from the youngest Otton. I might be in for a lesser death here, but I'd rather die than spend another day in their slavery. I'm just a thing to him, just a toy to play with. Sophia winces and closes her mouth as she says this. There's a glint of bright yellow deep in her eyes. I ran to my parents, told them all about the men I had to serve, and they went and alerted the Ottons. They don't want to be the target of their ire. But you aren't going to tip them off, are you? The barking and shouting are getting closer. Sophia's voice grows quiet. She runs off to the darkest corner of the house before you can answer. One of Otton's servants is so close you can hear his cloak swishing against the ground. He notices something and calls for the others. There are more voices around you now. They approach the house from the yard and surround it. One of them seems particularly snappy, annoyed, and impatient. You've already heard his voice today. If you're in there, girl, you'd be wise to come out and quit wasting my time. All will be forgiven and you will go back to where you were. You know it, and if you don't, I'll drag you out by the hair. The hilt of the young Arcanian's sword bashes at the door. He's about to lose his patience. For good. Sophia hugs the wall in the dark, trying to stay still. She glances at you. What will you do? Your heart is racing. Can you act against the Arcanian's orders? Do you have the gall to defy the mighty nobleman? I'm too retarded to help her flee. I think... I think this is a death. This is the hero option, but I think it's a death. Let's do it. You pull yourself together and walk slowly to the half-collapsed doorway. Sophia stays behind. The tall young Arcanian stares you down, his condescending smile dripping with scorn. In your most assertive voice, you answer his question. He will find no fugitive girl in this house. What are you doing here, boy? I wasn't speaking to you. Out of my way. Otten needs no permission to enter, so he steps inside. You stand in his way. You have already assured the young Arcanian there is no one else inside. You have done him a great service. What makes him doubt your words? Why, you lowlife! How dare you stand in an Arcanian's way? You must have lives to spare. Otten backhands you with immense strength, enough to send you flying. The Arcanian draws his sword. It rises into the air. But then one of his men shouts, "Sir, there she is!" The Arcanian turns around and briskly walks away. Sophia used your distraction to climb out the window in the back. You jump to your feet and escape the house in the same way. Sophia's slight silhouette gaining distance far ahead. One of Otten's men is chasing her down, ready to catch her at any moment. But then something unbelievable happens. Sophia lets out a dreadful scream. But then something unbelievable happens. Sophia lets out a dreadful scream, and the air around her sizzles with golden sparks. Otten's man falls to the ground, clutching his head. Sophia freezes for a second, as though uncertain of what she just did. What was that? Otten screams at her right next to you. So that's how it is, eh? The wench is a witch. Seize her! Magic? Sophia is a witch? Sophia's silhouette disappears down an alleyway. Otten's men give her chase, but they will never find her in the dark, sprawling district. You watch her go. Will you ever see her again? The runaway girl becomes the talk of your district for an entire week. You overhear that Sophia managed to flee the city. The Ottens are furious. After this sudden appearance, she disappears from your life once more. You will not see her again until much, much later. Spoilers! Yeah, we didn't die. We didn't die. That's good. Meet a girl! Oh! You experience your first romantic feelings. $15. You're about to turn 15, just one step away from adulthood. Mother is acting anxiously at dinner today, barely touching her food. You exchange glances with Gloria. She carefully tells you that she wants to go to the tailor. Mother shudders and her hands clench into fists. No, don't you dare leave home today. I forbid it. That dirty heretic Fotis is preaching his lies under the silver tree today. Twins willing, I don't want you to hear any of that. You and Gloria glance at each other again. Fotis. He's a patriarch, the head of the clergy throughout the entire province. That is the first time you've heard Mother speak like this about a priest, especially such a high-ranking one. Once you leave the dinner table, Gloria comes to your room with a cunning expression on her face, like she's about to play a trick on someone. She has a plan. The two of you should sneak out of the house and go to the silver tree. You simply must hear that sermon for yourself. What's so bad about Patriarch Fotis? Why does Mother hate him so much? You two are grown-ups now. Surely you have the right to know. You agree with your sister. Together you sneak out from under your mother's watchful eye and hurry to the silver tree. The temple block is full of people from all ranks and estate. There is barely enough room for you to squeeze through the crowd. The crowd has gathered around the very roots of the tree. Gloria suggests that you climb up to the roof of a nearby building so you can hear and see everything better. And not a moment too soon. From the roof you see a tall, silver-haired priest step onto the platform by the tree, dressed in the common black robe that looks far beneath his rank. Yet he stands like a noble before the crowd. Behind his back is a banner flapping in the wind, the open book. This is the symbol of the new faith, the crowd whispers. The patriarch holds his hands up to the sky, and the entire temple block grows quiet. He begins his sermon, his vibrant voice rolling across the square. Fotis speaks of a great mistake. We entrusted ourselves to the lots as the only way to fulfill divine providence in this world. But for all these years, the will of the twins has been interpreted by us for a single man, Prophet Isacius. The twins are ever watching from atop the shining pillar. If this we have no doubt. But how can we so blindly believe that we truly follow their will by following the lots? Have we not seen the 3 lots of Isacius fail again and again to answer the question of how we ought to live our lives? Have we not seen people change their lot in life again and again without being smitten by divine wrath? Every person born, whether human or Arcanian, low-born or noble, must find their lot and their way to the gods on their own. From now on we will seek the gods in the accounts of their own lives, in their own acts in this world, and in their own words as they echo within us. And as we heed the voice of the twins within, we will each find their path for us on our own. The crowd at the silver tree listens to the patriarch's speech in stunned silence. You glance at your sister. Her eyes glisten with tears as she hears Fotis' words. Then suddenly a hoarse cry rises from the crowd. If there are no lots, does that mean the nobles are gonna till the fields and the commoners are gonna bear arms? The crowd begins to murmur. The patriarch raises an arm and inhales, ready to answer. An odd figure leaps from the crowd onto the platform. A dirty beggar dressed in rags. A knife flashes in his hand. The blade slices. Blood starts spurting from Fotis' throat. He slumps over and collapses. A dark brown puddle spreads across the platform where he had stood. Gloria clutches her mouth to suppress a shriek. A few moments of stunned silence, and then the screams begin. The people are frantic. The temple guards try to restore order in the crowd, but to no avail. An old woman dressed in an inquisitor's cassock tries in vain to apply pressure to the patriarch's wound. The nobles draw their swords. Dogs are barking. The crowd is pushing and shoving. Children are crying. The entire square by the tree is in chaos. From the roof you see the moment when people start trampling each other, howling, praying, shouting. Gloria tugs on your sleeve. Time to go. You climb down from the roof and run. You return home without exchanging a word. Mother has been in her room all the while, so no one noticed your absence. Gloria locks herself in her room. You do not discuss the things you have just seen. They are too frightening. But your parents discuss every little detail of the blood-stained sermon over dinner. I thought it was going to be a revolution, but this is beginning to smell religious. Well, everything is religious. And I mean, what he was saying was revolutionary. Because he was going against it. So, and all of society revolves around the rules of the religion. So what he was saying was literally like overturning all of society. So he was most likely just assassinated by some guy. Like, I mean, he was assassinated, but I assume it was like an actual assassin. This is unbelievable. A patriarch murdered in plain sight. The gendarmes and the archduke's guards have searched every corner of the slums, and the murderous beggar has disappeared without a trace. I can't even imagine a more gruesome crime. Fotis has died a true death, never to return from the hereafter. But how? Why can't the patriarch be reborn? He's so close to the twins. Such is the way of the world, my children. Once you are granted great power by the twins' will, there is no hope for you to come back, not even after the first of your deaths. Emperors, their powerful vassals, heads of great Arcanian dynasties, patriarchs of the church, none of them are destined to be reborn. Fotis is gone forever. I fear for his soul. It was lost in doubt. Will the twins accept him upon the peak of the pillar? We must pray for the patriarch's children. Let us hope that he managed to return to the true old faith before the moment of his passing. But there is little hope for that. +1 church, -1 order. Oh yeah, +1 church means that the province is moving from the old faith towards the new faith. So once we get to -2, there's a schism. Right now the people are discontent as well. It's a 6. Tomorrow you turn 16. Oh, what's this say? Oh, no, this is just Tomorrow you turn 16. According to Imperial law, you will be a full adult. Your time at Sir Tibor's school has ended. You have studied enough to apply for the Imperial College and learn the judge's trade there. You are to travel to Eterna tomorrow. Your friend Thomas will go with you to try his luck in the Imperial capital. Mother and father prepare you for the long journey. Remember, son, there is only one goal for you. You must become a student at the Imperial College. Your teachers dragged you through all those books for a reason. You have the knowledge and fervor to be ennobled by the mantle as I was, and as my late father was before me. And who knows, maybe one day you will be one to write the name Brante in the blue book, and ensure that your children's children will be noble by birth. Then mother speaks to you carefully. There is worry in her eyes. But, Robert, there may be another path for our son. Stefan, your firstborn, was born a noble. He will surely earn the title for the entire Brante family. Your second son bears the favor of the twins. For him, the path of the priest is a worthy calling, no less than a nobleman's sword. They have been arguing about your future for a while now. Still, she would never defy the will of a nobleman and her husband. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, she's referring to him as a nobleman and her husband, right? I was like, who's the nobleman and who is her husband? I don't know, this sentence is a little weird. Still, she would never defy the will of a nobleman and her husband. You smile at them both, trying to placate them. Gloria laughs quietly behind their backs. Just don't become a snoot like Stefan and you'll do just fine. I mean, Stefan is pretty chill now. Mother chides Gloria for that. You wink at your sister. Nathan has been downcast all evening. He barely touched his dinner. When everyone gets up from the table, he suddenly rushes over to embrace you. Please don't go, Robin. Can't you stay? I don't know what I'm going to do without you. You tussle his hair in response. There is no way you can stay now, you say. But when you come home, and you will come home, you'll tell him all your stories and bring him a special present from Eterna. This is it. All your lessons have been learned. All your things have been packed for the road. You will leave the family home tomorrow. Tonight is your last night at home before your departure. You walk through the rooms one last time. The sitting room, where Mother used to read you fairy tales. The library, where Gloria used to spend all her time. Father's study, which you entered only on special occasions. The backyard, where you taught Nathan to build towers one summer. The whole place feels so familiar, so dear to you. It feels like home. You lived here for 16 years. Will you ever return? It is getting late. Everyone is ready in their rooms, but you hesitate. Father, Mother, Gloria, Nathan. It will be a long time before you see them again. Who will you spend your last few hours at home with? Like, honestly, Nathan needs it the most. But I think we should spend time with Father. I think that's the right thing to do. You find Father in his study reading a book. He has been like this for as long as you can remember, always at his massive desk, surrounded by books and papers and letters, reading or writing. You enter the study. Father looks up from his book and gives you an inquisitive glance. You want to spend the night with him before you leave. Maybe he can tell you some stories about Eterna and his own studies, or give you some fatherly advice. Father smirks at that, as though he is plotting something. Have a seat, son. He reaches into a drawer and produces a decanter filled with rich golden liquor. We're just gonna have some fucking whiskey. Sure, we are 16 years old. Barley whiskey, a nobleman's drink. I think it would be good for you to try it. Father pulls out 2 glasses and pours a little of the liquid into each of them. You take your glass and bring it to your mouth. The whiskey stings your lips and palate. Father clearly savors the drink. Father tells you a long story about his studies at the Imperial College. He had to study among the sons of the richest nobles from all corners of the land. He was but a commoner back then, and he had his fair share of hardships. When you ask him about living in the capital, he says it was difficult, dangerous, and full of temptation. You will have your share of time in high society as well. I hope the company of nobles won't lead you astray, son. You didn't go to a boarding school like your elder brother, but I believe a good education and a good family still stand for something. Now, what else can I tell you before you leave? Father recalls the balls held in the capital when he was a youth. He even stands up from the desk and shows you a couple of moves. Their dancing was incredibly modest, all bows and sidesteps, no touching between the dance partners. But then again he chuckles. Those were the days when a fair lady could steal your heart with a single glance. You nod. If anything, you know that feeling by now. After he mentions dancing, he starts speaking of something he has never mentioned to you before. Stefan's late mother and his first wife, Amalia Elborn. You listen to his every word, surprised by this show of trust. Oh, Amalia Elborn was the noble bird of prey of Anizot, and the ballrooms were her hunting ground. Everyone thought they could tame her. Your grandfather saw her just once, and then he was off to Baron Elborn to negotiate the marriage. I was impressed by her, and I was so proud of myself. And yet, I expected Amalia to be reborn after childbirth, but it did not happen. And when I recall it now after so many years, I see that the gods arranged it this way. Otherwise, I would have never started a family with your mother. Oh, how much I had to suffer for marrying Lydia, but she alone is the true heart of our family. The sun is about to rise. You should rest before the long trip. Before he leaves for his bedroom, Father embraces you tightly. I am so proud you're an adult now, son. You are capable of achieving so much. Always remember that. You get into bed, your head spinning slightly. This midnight talk with Father, was it about your future or his past? Regardless, it will remain in your memory for years to come. You leave the family home for a long time. Your future awaits you in Eterna, the capital of the Empire. Last night was your final night at home. The carriage is now waiting at the gate, ready to take you to the capital. The clip-clopping of the idle hooves against the cobblestones. Count the seconds before your departure. You take one more look at your parents' house and recall your childhood spent there, in the nearby yards, at your school, and on the winding streets of Anizot. You clashed with the greater world around you and survived. Well, you felt the tingle of emotion for the first time. You were taught by the school and the streets. You explored the city of your birth and learned something of its past. You witnessed first-hand events that will be remembered by history for all time. All of this is yours now, forever. You saw death, lesser death followed by rebirth, and the true death that takes and never gives back. You saw death lying in wait to strike the unaware, like a beast stalking its prey. You saw grandfather's angry grimace lit by the flickering fire of the lamp, the Archduke's cavalry trampling those who stood in their way, and your older brother's bloodied sword slicing through the air. Death has followed you from a very young age. And yet you live on. You have a friend who has been by your side all these years. Tomas taught you many things, how to take a hit, how to keep your word, and how to remain true to your own self. And now Tomas is walking to the same carriage as you are, with a heavy bag slung over his shoulder. Your friend will remain your companion for the time being. Ahead of you is a long trip towards the capital and adulthood. For the first time, you will be away from your family and home. What awaits you in the future? Okay. We are very noble. Prepared for anything. Now we're out of the demo.
Leaving my hometown behind, I set out for the capital of the empire. There, I would discover my role in society.
There. Yeah, it's a very long demo. But I think that's good. I think you should do it like that, generally speaking. They're very American. I do think that it's weird when fantasy settings are American to some degree. I feel like British or New Zealand dialects are generally better. But the reason for that is because it's more foreign. Like the UK, it's not really foreign, but it is, you know, it has less influence than the US. It's smaller than the US. You don't watch British movies all the time. You don't hear people singing in British on the radio. And I think that's part of it. That it makes it feel a bit more distant. And the past is kind of like that as well. Might also be just what I'm used to from seeing on TV or whatever, you know, but I do think so. Chapter 3, Youth. The driver flicks the reins. The carriage slowly sways as it starts moving away from your home. You stick your head out the window and wave goodbye to your family. Nathan is running after the carriage with Tomas's younger brother in tow, tears glistening in their eyes. It hurts to leave your home behind. Ahead lies Eterna, the imperial capital. You have often read about it and heard stories from Father and Stefan. It is a city that surpasses Anizot enormously in terms of size, age, wealth, and beauty. But what is it really like? What kind of life awaits you there? What will you learn there? And where will your actions take you? You pass the old walls of Anizot. Somewhere within them is the old fortress you and Tomas built together out of old wooden planks, now left to the care of your younger brothers. You two are adults now. Perhaps your fortress will crumble, now abandoned, or perhaps your brothers will continue what you started. Who knows? You look down at your hands, knuckles covered in scars from street antics, fingers stained with ink. Mother gave you a cross to wear away from home, and now you can feel its warmth against your chest. Your family counts on you, even though they all wish a different future for you, but they are behind you now, in Anizot. From this point on, only you will decide which road you will take. This is the journey you prepared for throughout your entire childhood. Ahead of you lie many years in the capital, years that will determine your fate and your place in society. These are your personal qualities in adulthood, which you will use for the rest of your life. They are some of the qualities that you have gained in childhood and adolescence. For most skill checks, you will need a value between 10 and 16. Values 17 to 19 are required for rare and especially difficult choices. The maximum value 20 only gives you a chance for one extraordinary deed. Okay, I'm pretty good at all these. Diplomacy 14. Manipulations, pretty bad. Influence people by way of deception and trickery and using them to achieve your goal. Theology 9, Spirituality 2. Yeah, we didn't get a lot of... I felt like I barely had any interactions with the church, like where you would even get this. But we're pretty good in perception, so I guess 9 isn't horrible. Valor 8, Weak in Battle. Scheming 3. Your talent for inciting riots, organizing ambushes, and plotting murders, assault, and sabotage. It determines the success of your criminal undertakings. Okay, well, I'm okay with that being low. Determination, Spineless. Spirituality 2. Eloquence, Tongue-tied. Your ability to instill faith, to guide and lead people with your speeches. Most important to the Inquisitor. Okay. You left your hometown to study in the Imperial capital. What life awaits you in Eterna? What will you study and where will you go? When push comes to shove, which road will you take? Your youth awaits, and the years to come will determine the nature of your destiny and your place in the society. Oh, I thought this read Troglodyte. No, it's a neophyte. It takes a whole month to reach Eterna. You and Tomas spend the days wagging your chins and staring at the scenery as your carriage makes its way along the road and towards the next province. Soon it crosses from the familiar barren, arid lands of Magra to the stately mountains of Illyria. During one of your many stays at a roadside inn, the two of you even manage to share a whole bottle of strong wine and keep it a secret from the servant who drives the carriage. Adult life feels positively intoxicating. Soon, I tell you, soon we'll be there, and I'll earn my sword as soon as I get accepted into the military academy. You'll see. And then nobody's gonna walk all over me like I'm some commoner. You keep rehearsing everything they taught you in school. Soon you're almost at the end of your long journey. You have left behind the arid rocks of Magra, the mountains of Illyria, and the flooded meadows of Arknia. Eterna, the capital, is right ahead. Situated at the junction between the Reglata. Yeah, it is Reglata. Situated at the junction between the Reglata and Talrina rivers, the city is vast. 3 majestic stone bridges keep its 3 shores interconnected. Smooth stone paves the main city streets. Gilded moldings decorate the buildings. Towering pillars reach high into the sky. Your carriage takes you past a spacious park with marble fountains and intricately trimmed bushes. On the streets you see ornately decorated carriages bearing Arknian coats of arms and abundant merchants' tents, filling the streets with beckoning cries and unusual sights. The spires of ancient temples dot the city skyline. The carriage comes to a halt on a large city square with a towering marble fountain. The coachman says you have arrived. Tomas is to apply to the military academy. The academy barracks are 2 streets away. Your lodging house is in the alleyway nearby. A room has already been reserved for you. You get out onto the street and say brief goodbyes to each other. You promise to meet again after the entrance exams. Then your friend disappears into the crowded streets of the capital. You are left to your own devices in this vast city. A group of nobles walk past. They are dressed in well-fitting clothing, decorated with gems and golden thread. You are not even noticed. Street urchins chase a dog down the alleyway. Soldiers of the Imperial Legion are marching to fifes and drums towards the barracks. Humble pilgrims are gathering to the great temple of the twins. There are the sounds of music and fountains, and the smells of baked bread and garbage drains. What did I just say? Street urchins chase a dog down the alleyway. Soldiers of the Imperial Legion are marching to fifes and drums towards the barracks. Humble pilgrims are gathering to the great temple of the twins. There are the sounds of music and fountains, and the smells of baked bread and garbage drains. Okay. That sounds unyummy. You quickly check in at the lodging house, then go back outside. The sun is setting. The streetlights come to life. Merry music fills the taverns. Couples and noble coaches with tinted windows fill the streets. Shadows and hushed voices and laughter fill the parks. You are all alone with this city, so vast and unfamiliar. You take a look around, determined to fill your first night in the capital with memories. You see young... The noises are so loud. You see young nobles gathered by the fountain, talking and making jokes excitedly. One of them keeps glancing at the clock tower. They are about your age. Their clothes are hand-tailored, and two of them bear noble swords. They seem to be waiting for something. It might be a good idea to make their acquaintance. It would be most helpful to develop a familiarity with the influential nobles of the capital. Loud music from a large establishment on the corner distracts you for a moment. The servants have just opened the shutters to air out the hall. It seems there will be a gathering inside. People from various estates greet each other as they take their seats. A servant by the door of the establishment hails you. Sir Gert Arkwright will be making a speech about the rights of the common estate. If you wish to listen, you'd better get inside. If you wish to listen, you'd better get inside quickly. Then you look at the great temple of the twins at the far end of the street. The pillar shines in the evening dusk above it. The temple gates are open, and worshippers are flocking inside. There are too many people for an ordinary service. This must be something important. What do they preach here in the capital? What do they say of the new faith and the teachings of Patriarch Photis? You snap out of your reverie when you hear loud laughter. A group of young men dressed in the colors of the Imperial College have made the acquaintance of several lovely girls. They are making their way down the road, united by merriment. One of the girls smiles at you. It is an invitation to join them. They turn the corner and walk away, but you can still hear their voices ringing and echoing throughout the street. A night of revelry and jolly. Loud fun doesn't sound half bad. This is your first night in Eterna. No matter what you choose, you will remember it for a long time to come. I'm going to go to the temple. You follow the worshippers and barely make it into the overcrowded great temple of the twins. Even this enormous hall of stone is not enough to fit so many people. The commoners' half is absolutely packed. There is no free seats left at all. The crowd is buzzing in anticipation. You hear reverent whispers. The preacher for today's evening service is Father Ulrich, one of the leaders of the punitive branch of the church. A man dressed in a long black cassock and wearing a silver cross appears on the raised platform by the altar. He bears a rolled scroll on his side, held tightly by a silver seal. You try your best to see his face. Chiseled features, sunken cheeks, bald head. Father Ulrich looks at the crowd with his steely eyes, and the hall falls silent. Ye who live in Eterna, I see before me the faces of true believers. We are not united before the twins, yet in our faith in them we are united. The twins are the guiding light in the darkness of our life. The twins are the only incontrovertible truth in this world. So says Isacius in his first book. The twins are law, and will, and love. But the will is above all. From this will came law, and love too was born from the will. The twins had the will to bring us those three gifts, and so the great Archnean Empire came to be. The twins had the will to lead us, and so we are no longer lost in the darkness, now guided by true faith. The twins brought their teachings to us when the Empire was founded, and so they created the very foundations of our lives, the knowledge of the lots, and of the hereafter, and of the paths we must follow in life. This is their legacy, and their gift to us. So heed these words, you who are righteous and live by your lot. You shall be brought to the peak of the shining pillar, for an eternity of bliss. But you who live in defiance of your lot, you shall endure eternal suffering at the foot of the pillar. Every soul will face the stern gaze of the twins upon their true death, and answer for every misdeed. There is no escape from this judgment. So heed my will, for it is the will of the twins. Follow your lot in life, and follow the words of Isacius, and then you shall reach the peak of the pillar, awaited by our gods. You have heard these words many times, in the temple, in your theology lessons, from Mother, and in the pages of books. But Father Ulrich's speech reaches far, far deeper. It seeps into the very hidden depths of your soul, breaking, binding you to the will of these words. There is no resisting this will. Father Ulrich is right. There is no task more crucial than living by your lot, so you may face the judgment of the twins in the hereafter. All doubt you had before your visit to the temple is gone. You feel joy at each word spoken by Father Ulrich. The truth was revealed to you all along, yet you allowed it inside you only now. You know the twins are always watching over you, always guiding, always protecting, always judging. The sermon ends in the small hours of the night. The sky is tinted by the pink shade of the coming sunrise, and the shining pillar standing tall against the heavens. You return to your lodging, prepare all your things for the coming day, and drift off to sleep free of any fear or doubt. +1 theology, +1 eloquence, -5 willpower. Yeah. You just giga convinced instantly. You have spent the last 3 days studying books, but today you decide to take a walk through the streets of Eterna. They are full of life as usual. You proceed to the square next to the lodging house. A procession of priests walks through the square. You notice that one of them holds a banner of the new faith, an open book. This is the same banner that was behind Patriarch Photius on the day of his assassination. A crowd immediately gathers around them. Many people are looking at an icon painting on a small pedestal depicting a gray-haired man with glowing green eyes. You recognize that face, the face of the late Patriarch Photius. A man with a thick beard appears by the icon painting. His broad shoulders bear a white and gold cloak with the coat of arms of the capital province embroidered on it. He is Luke, Patriarch of Archnia. He casts his stern gaze over the crowd. I speak to all who live within the sight of the shining pillar. Exactly 1 year ago, we lost Photius, Patriarch of the Magra province, mentor of the new faith. Patriarch Photius was the first to see the books of Isacius for nothing but the words of a man, not the words of the twins themselves. He was the first to tell people to seek the path of the gods in their own hearts instead of blindly following the lots, to seek answer in the lives of the twins and their own hearts rather than the words of priests. Through Patriarch Photius, we were able to see the truth. Through his death, we saw that his words are not heresy. They are the truth that used to be obscured by Isacius' lies. And now I bring good news. Patriarch Junius Diamond has seen to it that our teacher will be canonized as a saint. Yes, Junius Diamond, an Archnean from a great dynasty and the Patriarch of Astinia, has joined the new faith himself, and through this we hope that the entire Empire will soon see that our doctrine is the truth. We are free from the shackles of the lots. We are equal before the twins. With each day, more and more people hearken to the truth. One day, the entire Empire will hear our call. So let us pray, my brothers. The believers around you bow their heads in prayer and thank the twins, not for the lot they were given, as they usually would, but for the chance to choose their own path. The Patriarch's sermon is inspiring. It compels your hands to meet in a sign of prayer. It compels your lips to repeat the words of the new faith. Patriarch Luke's sermon forms a cadence, and your heart beats in time with it now. You recall the murder of Patriarch Photis a year ago. It seems more patriarchs share his doctrine now. The news of Junius Diamond joining the new faith is stunning. If an Archnean from a great dynasty has sided with Photis' doctrine and agreed to see everyone as equals under the twins, the new faith must truly be putting down roots. But suddenly several figures appear by the podium, figures clad in black, with glinting silver on their sides. Inquisitors. They push through the crowd and form a circle around Patriarch Luke. One of these priests rises before the crowd. He is clean-shaven, tall, with chiseled features. Everyone falls silent at the sight of him. The Inquisitor speaks with a booming voice that can be heard by all. I am Father Ulrich. In the name of the twins and by my right as an Inquisitor, I order you to turn around and leave. The words you're hearing are full of lies. Patriarch Luke has set out to poison your hearts and minds, and the Inquisition will not allow this heresy to spread. The only true path in life is the will of the twins. Life offers us no other choice. You are hereby ordered to disperse at once. Most people leave the square immediately. Few want to get involved with the Inquisition. Some people stay, however, and some even shout angrily. We want to listen to Luke. He is the Patriarch of Archnia, and he has more to say. Get away from our sermon, old believers. We will not listen to you and your hoary old lies about the lots. Inquisitors, bring those who may yet listen back to their lots, and leave the others to the champions of faith. The black-clad Inquisitors descend from the podium and approach the people who choose to stay. With nothing but their words, they make people stop shouting and start listening. The uproar ceases quickly. They have dissected the crowd, split it in smaller groups that surround each Inquisitor. One of these Inquisitors chooses to approach you. He is a humble-looking man of age with a rough haircut. He looks you straight in the eyes, as his lively, soulful voice forces you to listen to his words, despite yourself. My name is Father Jeremiah. I know your thoughts were stirred by the Patriarch's words. You're not sure whom to trust. But I teach at the seminary. I have been studying the teachings of the twins my entire life. You can trust me. I know you can hear what I have to say. I see their light in your eyes, the light of the true faith. Will you listen to my counsel, my son? You feel no malice in the words of Inquisitor Jeremiah. Only hope. It is his lot to aid you, to guide you away from error, and set you on the path of the true faith. He is a priest, so he should know the truth. Or perhaps the Inquisitor himself is in the wrong. I will listen to his counsel. At this crossroads in your life in an unfamiliar city, you honestly need advice. You lower your gaze and ask Father Jeremiah to show you the way and guide you from error and doubt. The Inquisitor smiles and takes your hand. My son, all of us may sometimes stray from the path predetermined by the twins. You are well dressed, yet I presume you are of the common estate, are you not? You nod, and Father Jeremiah sighs. In these difficult times, people of your estate are the ones most tormented by doubt. Your lot is suffering, but not all of you are ready to suffer. Some turn to guile and cunning to avoid it, and they end up in eternity's embrace at the foot of the pillar. Please understand, my son, your lot requires humility. Suffering is inevitable, so is doubt. Each of them may temper your soul, yet each may also destroy it. But know this, if you have doubts, you are always welcome at the temple. No priest will turn you away in a moment of weakness. This is why we exist, to fortify faith in the hearts of all people, to bring the word of the twins to those who have gone astray. Know this, the Inquisition does not imprison everyone suspect of heresy. We exist to protect souls, to guide and save them. We pursue dangerous doctrines and seek to rescue every soul we meet. Arrest or execution is our last resort, reserved only for sinners beyond redemption. You can see that I am merely speaking to you right now. I have not resorted to force, nor am I giving you orders. You are following your lot by hearing my counsel with humility. With this in mind, consider the following. Did the Patriarch speak the truth? You consider this question. Your fascination with Patriarch Luke's speech has vanished. Was it a sermon or a temptation? The Patriarch of Archnia made you doubt your faith and your lot. He made you see darkness and doubt, but all this time your lot has remained the same as the one you were born with. You fold your hands in prayer and thank the Inquisitor for his counsel. The light of the twins will keep you on their path, and not even a Patriarch will be able to intervene. Only a new sacrament, and not your will, can change your lot, you explain, and only the Imperial College can lead you to a second sacrament. Your voice starts shaking as you say this. Father Jeremiah notices it. This is not the only way, my son. You can always come to the Divine Seminary and become a priest. If you come to the seminary and prove you deserve the lot of the clergy, you will be accepted. I teach there, and I am always happy to see students of considerable talent. Your connection to the twins is strong indeed. Only people such as you have it in them to guide and care for others. The work of a priest is no less important than the work of a judge. You bid farewell to Father Jeremiah. While you were talking, the world around you seemed to vanish. There was just you and him and the word of the twins. The square is calm now. The Inquisitors are providing counsel to those who remain. Patriarch Luke and his retinue can no longer be seen. You walk back to the lodging house, mulling over Father Jeremiah's words about the seminary. Your family sent you to earn a noble title, but you have an opportunity to become a priest of the old faith or the new. If you see your destiny in service to the gods, no one has the right to stand in your way. Did I hear Husolsust? Yeah, you did. I think we're going the Inquisition path. Well, we're going something along those lines at least. Patriarch Luke's sermons have converted many commoners and nobles of the mantle to the new faith. There are now several temples in Eterna that follow the new canons, with Luke's blessing. This has led to no small amount of anger among the followers of the old faith. Two mighty bishops of the church lead the new faith. One of them is Luke, the Patriarch of Archnia himself, spiritual mentor of the capital province. He preaches all across Archnia, his every sermon adding to the new faith's flock. I'm a little confused about, like, the legality of all of this, because it's like, the new faith is so heretical, it literally threatens to upend all of society. Like, it is absolutely omega heretical. Yet, it's like they're allowed, but at the same time, they're not. Like, the Inquisitors stop them from speaking, but they hold, like, patriarch positions and shit like that. So it's a little weird. I don't really understand how it makes sense entirely. The other leader of the new faith is Patriarch Junius Diamant. Hailing from a great Archnian dynasty, he is the de facto ruler of Astinia province, adored by his subjects. He has founded the Holy Order anew. Junius Diamant rarely preaches, but people believe the Astinian Patriarch attends to the needs of all who convert to the new faith. This schism within the church is growing. The split has furthered the divide between the commoners and the nobles, though thankfully there has been no direct conflict as of yet. But it has become clear there is no way to stop the steady advance of the new faith. Born from the death of Patriarch Photis, it grows stronger by the day. Like this religion, the game, it tells us that there's going to be a civil war, and the faith is just the cause of the civil war. Like that's just how it is. Because the faith is so different. The church is now in schism. Order is now at 5. The next few weeks pass by in hard work in preparation for the coming entrance exam at the Imperial College. You grow more and more exhausted with each passing day, so much so that one night you fall asleep while studying another book. When you finally come to, you decide it is high time to get some recreation outside. The city of Eterna amazes you as you stroll through its splendid streets. It is another night, a different night, yet the city is beautiful still. The shining pillar is a slice of light against the dark night sky. The lamps of the facades of the buildings are lit. Night descends on the capital. You don't feel like going back to your books tonight. My bad. Recently you made the acquaintance of several young men. They are children of nobles of the mantle just like you, sent to the capital to earn their noble titles at the college. You decide to seek them out. Your new friends are having a late dinner on the next street over, loudly discussing their plans for the night. Some speak eagerly of a dueling club where you can see the most skilled and ardent duelers in the Empire doing what they do best. You have never seen professional duelers fight. It must be far more exciting than father's fencing lessons, or that fight in the ruins of Anizod. And if luck favors you, perhaps you can even make useful contacts among the noble families in the capital. The others try to convince the rest to take a trip to a certain secret salon. The establishment is expecting a guest tonight, they say, a young lady who speak about the true state of affairs in the Empire. There are many questions about the nature of the place and identity of the mysterious speaker, but the young men have only one answer. They are forbidden to speak about this outside the club. However, they can take you there, as long as you aren't afraid to learn a dangerous truth. There are others still drinking their fill of wine, rather than eating. Fencing, they say. Speeches? Nonsense. The place you ought to go tonight, they claim, is the Markian Society, a gathering for those of common estate, but uncommon opinions that offer pleasures for everyone. Pleasures of the palate, pleasures of drink, pleasures of the flesh. Is this not heresy and a crime? Perhaps, and yet some of your newfound friends are eager to go there. In the end, your group splits in 3 to spend the night as they see fit. What will it be? A contest featuring the best fencers in Eterna, an establishment both mysterious and dangerous, or an encounter with people who defy their lot with audacity? You weigh your options. You choose to see this mysterious lady and listen to her dangerous speech. The secret salon is an unremarkable wooden building down an alleyway a few blocks from the great temple of the twins. A couple of tough, taciturn fellows at the door eye you suspiciously. Their faces are obscured by hoods. One of your newfound friends nods to them, and you are allowed inside. The inner rooms are stuffy and overcrowded. All the partitions have been removed to make room for more people. There is a raised platform next to one of the walls, perhaps a stage. There are benches all around. They are occupied by people of the common estate, most of them modestly dressed. They are artisans, tinkerers, street vendors, students, yet you see that some of them are wealthy and impeccably dressed. A mop-headed young man, dressed like a low-ranking clerk, appears on the stage. He claps to attract the public's attention. When the house goes quiet, he reads a series of pamphlets condemning the supreme authorities of the Empire and their obsolete rule. A group of young men appear on the stage next, their faces covered in blue paint. They perform a derisive play entitled A Day in the Life of the Tempests. The performances are many, but their goal is always the same. They all claim the Empire is stuck in the past and has to change. Then, finally, after another voice of accusation, a young girl appears on the stage and the crowd immediately grows silent. This is her, the mysterious guest they were talking about. You look at her from the crowd. You see short black hair, a slender figure, and those familiar shining eyes. Brothers and sisters, you all came to this place because deep in your hearts you know. It's Sophia, the girl who used to live next door. She's grown so much since you've last seen her. But what is she doing here? But before Sophia even finishes her first sentence, a short man in a shabby jacket jumps up onto the stage. He flashes a badge and screams at the crowd. "Nobody move! You're all under arrest as accomplices to an insurrection against the Empire." The witch indeed. Imperial gendarmes barge into the house. Swords and crossbows glint in the dim light. First there is confusion, then panic. Screams of fear and outrage fill the hall. Sophia is already gone. You can barely hear the cries demanding that you stay where you are. People start pushing against the gendarmes, against the doors, against the windows. The din is deafening. Only one thought remains in your mind. You have to run. Run away as fast as you can. You push your way to the furthest window in the hall. A hand grabs you by the sleeve of your jacket. You pry it off without looking and keep pushing forward. The expensive jacket starts to tear at the shoulder. The window frame breaks and falls outside. You drop down after it. Shards of glass bite into your hands, but you barely feel the pain. You will have time to feel it later. But now, you need to run. You run and dodge and weave through the alleyways before finally heading for the lodging house. Your heart is racing. Your hands are shaking. Blood is dripping from the cuts on your arms. You have no idea what happened to the people who were arrested. Finally, you reach your room and collapse onto the bed. You are safe from pursuit, but not from anxiety. What was Sophia going to say? How did she end up here in the capital after she escaped? Was she arrested too? There are too many questions, but you have no way to answer them. Eventually, you drift into restless sleep. You're on your way to the largest library in Eterna to study for your entrance exams. It is right next to the college. The streets are full of people. Everybody is excited. You hesitate for a few seconds and let your curiosity get the better of you and head towards the place where you will soon study. Before long, you hear the shouting. The great chancellor is about to give a speech about the future of the empire. You cannot possibly miss this. You mix with the crowd and soon find a convenient place to listen and watch what is about to unfold. On the steps of the college, you see a small tribune guarded by two Archnians armed with swords. This is the first time you have ever seen an Archnian standing guard, let alone two of them. The doors of the college open to reveal a stately Archnian surrounded by an honor guard. It is he, Cornelius Tempest, great chancellor of the empire, younger brother to the emperor himself. He heads for the tribune and casts a look over the square. It is full of people in awe and utter silence. Long ago, humans witnessed the Archnians' arrival. The two nations built the empire side by side. The provinces joined us one by one, and Magra was the final province to attain the absolute might and majesty of the blessed Archnian Empire. Yet there was another great event long before that. 1,000 years ago, the twins had graced us with their presence. With their arrival, the twins granted us their will. They showed us their love and their law, and they granted us knowledge of what awaited us in the hereafter. They chose the dynasty of the Tempest to rule the empire, and from that day forth our dynasty has ruled this land, ordained by the gods themselves. However, it is our duty to the twins not to seek power for power's sake, but rather to lead the empire to further prosperity. And so the Great Imperial Council is soon to review and adopt a new set of laws called the Creed. Under the Creed, all estates will be granted rights. Under the Creed, there will be one law for all Imperial citizens to obey, human or Archnian, from the lowliest commoner to the Emperor himself. The strife among the estates will end. A single law will resolve all of our quarrels. Glory to the Empire. The Great Chancellor throws his arms into the air. The crowd murmurs and applauds in approval. Cornelius Tempest casts another look over the crowd and leaves. The crowd disperses. The sounds of agitated discussion are everywhere. Is it true that the Emperor's dynasty seeks to grant equal rights to all estates? What will happen to the Empire then? Struggle for power. Sounds like the government itself is not against reforms. The new faith surviving makes more sense. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the reality is that our character is only 16 years old, and we don't actually know anything about the politics of the state at all, other than the laws. So we have no real... And also, like, being in a medieval society, you would probably not know almost anything as well. So it makes sense that some random thing just happens. I suppose. And we don't know the state of the kingdom at large either, really. The girl from your past. It is early morning. You have been awake since sunrise, studying. There is a knock at the door. Is it a letter from home or a hotel servant? You open the door and freeze, stunned. Hello, Brante. Before you stands Sophia, the girl who used to live next door. She's all grown up now. She looks so different, but you would always recognize those blue eyes, no matter what. You gesture for her to come in. Sophia enters the room, glances around and sits in an armchair. You eye the girl you used to know as you sit across from her. But the young woman you see now has little in common with the girl you used to know. There is cold steel in the way she looks at things. Her hair is cut short. But what is she doing here? I can explain. I've been living in Eterna for a long time now, ever since I ran from Anizot. I heard the other day that you'd left for the capital to get into the college, so I found you, and here I am. You ask how Sophia learned about your arrival and where you're staying, but she answers your questions with an enigmatic smile. We'll get to that later. Right now, I want to see how much you've changed since we last saw each other. As for me, I've changed a lot. I'm a whole different person now. You look away as you recall your previous encounter, back when Sophia ran away from her Arcanian master. Sophia chuckles as she continues. Would you like to know what happened next? I traveled through the entire empire all alone. I had nothing. My journey ended only when I reached this place, the capital, with all its important people and events. This is the heart of the empire. It's a place where I can make a difference. I've made friends here, found people I can truly call my family. I've even gotten an education of sorts, and I have a purpose now. I fight against injustice. I fight against the lots. I fight those who treat our lives like mud on the pavement. And no, I'm not afraid to tell you that. I came to you for a good reason. I need help. I know you. I have faith in your good heart. And besides, this is also about the Imperial College you want to enroll in. There is a scholar there by the name of Bartholomew Dextra. He teaches natural sciences at the college. Dextra is an old man, but he's quite progressive. He'll stop at nothing to advance science and acquire new knowledge. As you know, only second-generation nobles or above are allowed to teach at the college. But Dextra, he is a commoner. He forged his patent of nobility to get a position at the college. But the secret chancellery recently learned of this. Dextra is about to face true death for his forgery. But how is that justice? A man wants to teach people, and for this they're going to take all his lives. They're going to punish him for the crime of being born in the wrong estate. It's evil and obscene, and I will not stand for it. Dextra deserves to be rescued. But I don't want to put anyone in danger, so I need your help. You're from a rich family. You're almost a noble. If you help me get Dextra out of the city, nobody will suspect anything. No one will know, and the scholar will live on to continue his research elsewhere, far away from the secret chancellery. Will you help me? You feel perplexed by Sophia's sudden request. She's asking you to break imperial law and undermine the work of the secret chancellery to save this scholar. Rescuing Dextra would be an adventure, but it would also be incredibly dangerous. And besides, Dextra is a fake noble. He resorted to lies and deceit to get his current position. How much does this matter to you? Sophia's blue eyes are studying you, waiting for your reply. I'll help her. You promised to help Sophia. Bartholomew Dextra does not deserve this. He has to leave the capital. She can count on you. I knew I could count on you. Then we must act at once. There is no time to waste. Dextra is to be arrested tomorrow. Here's his address. Go there as soon as sun sets. No one will suspect you. Dexter often tutors young men for the college entrance exams. Tell him the owl sent you. Use the back door to get out. A carriage will drive up to the backyard. The driver will hoot like an owl. He'll take you to the south gate. If the guards stop the carriage, just talk your way out of it. Once you're outside the city, Dexter will ride away in a different carriage. You will go back the way you came. I'll meet you in Majesty Square. You nod to her words, and your hands start to shake. You're about to go against the secret chancellery. You are going to help someone escape punishment. To defy your own lot like this, it's unthinkable. When the sun sets, you leave the lodging house and walk quickly, glancing over your shoulder repeatedly. Bartholomew Dexter's house must be somewhere around here. You find the place. A genteel old man opens the door. His face is covered in wrinkles. His shoulders are stooped, and yet his eyes are sharp and lively. Bartholomew Dexter looks at you for a moment. Then he asks why you have paid him a visit. You tell him you want to enroll in the college and are looking for a tutor. Dexter nods and invites you inside. Once you make sure nobody else can see or hear you, you whisper to the scholar about the real reason for your visit. The secret chancellery will be coming for him tomorrow, and he has to leave now to escape true death. Dexter freezes, then turns to you. How do you know about him and the secret chancellery? You tell him that the owl sent you, and has provided for his escape. As for the secret chancellery, they want him for forging a patent of nobility. The moment you utter Sophia's name, the lecturer calms down and starts packing for the journey. You watch him distractedly and notice that he lives in a rather austere fashion. It does not take him long to pack. You hear the quiet clacking of hooves in the yard. Carefully, you and Dexter proceed to the backyard of the building. You see a carriage there. The driver hoots quietly. You get in. The carriage rolls down the road. There is tense silence in the closed-off space inside the carriage. The scholar wrings his hands anxiously. Through the carriage window, you see the massive city gate passing by. You're almost outside the city, but then a loud voice reaches you. Halt! The driver obediently halts the carriage. The two city gendarmes approach you. You leave the carriage to face the gendarmes before they can get a peek inside the carriage. They look you over and ask where you're going so late at night. You tell them you're the son of a judge in Magra, here to enroll in the college, and right now you wish to visit the estate of a newfound friend. To convince them further, you mention the name of a noble's son you have become friendly with. The gendarmes release the carriage and wish you a pleasant trip. You drive along the high road until you encounter a peasant wagon. Dexter will take it to seek refuge far away from the capital. Before the two of you part ways, he pats you on the shoulder and tells you that you have done a truly brave deed. You return to the city without incident. I thought there was going to be a skill check. I was scared. You find Sophia in Majesty Square as agreed, sitting on a bench by a streetlight reading a book of some sort. She closes the book when she sees you and offers you her hand. So, did everything go according to plan? You nod. Then we've earned ourselves a bit of free time. Let's go. You set off on a walk throughout the maze of narrow back streets. Finally, you have some time for questions. What happened to Sophia over the last 2 years? She was just a girl before, a servant. How is she now a revolutionary? Sophia just smiles sadly. You've seen what I can do. I'm not just a girl. The Inquisition caught up with me when I ran away from Anizot. I ended up in the House of Humility, a dreadful place. I got collared. Do you know how it feels to lose your free will, losing everything that makes you you? She unclasps the tall shirt collar that had been hiding her neck all this time, and you see the round mark from the anti-magic collar. They say a scar like this will remain even after a lesser death. But I got lucky. Patriarch Junius Diamond saved me. Diamond took me and the other mages from the House of Humility and removed our collars. He made me one of his attendants. He taught me that there are no lots. He told me that I am like this not because I'm a freak, but because it's my nature. He told me I can find a path through the twins like anyone else in the world. And then I was taken. I got out on my own. I found my own lot, to protect the common people from the noble yoke, to help others who are as unlucky as I am. To fight for a different world, a world where everybody has equal rights, a world where mages don't get robbed of their will just because of one aspect of their birth, a world where the nobles no longer tread upon the commoners. Yes, this is our dream, and we are still so far away from it, but I will keep moving towards it, and I'll stop at nothing. A strange, distorted expression appears on Sophia's face, but she quickly returns to normal. You keep walking until you are at your lodging house again. For a moment you just stand there looking at each other. Then suddenly Sophia embraces you. For a moment she remains still in your arms and whispers, "We should join my cause. If we work together, one day we'll become a force to be reckoned with. I know you came here to find your way, but I'll never believe you really want to bind yourself to other people's laws and desires for the rest of your life. The path I walk is dangerous. It's almost hopeless, but it's worth living for. Think about it. Goodbye." I think some water might be in order. Then she withdraws just as quickly and disappears in the dark streets of Eterna. You make your way back to your room, exhausted by the events of the day. Was this really just a single day in your life? Scheming +1. Valor +1.
I will never forget that day. For it was then that I chose the path I would walk for the rest of my life.
This revolutionary thing is beginning to sound more like a political power struggle. Yeah. There are only a few days left until the Imperial College entrance exam. History, law, theology. You spend all day reading and rereading the books you brought with you, staying at the library of Eterna for hours, sometimes until it closes. As the day of the exam approaches, your hands start shaking more and more, and finally, the day comes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water as well. Eee. Kib said he's tired of waiting, wants you to release the game now? Well, that's not gonna go very well. It doesn't even run right now. Oof. I don't like not wearing my hoodie, but it's warm as shit. Oy. Whew. Good evening to you too, sir. Thank you. Now I have brain freeze. There are only a few days left until the Imperial College entrance exam. History, law, theology. You spend all day reading and rereading the books you brought with you, staying at the Library of Eterna for hours, sometimes until it closes. As the day of the exam approaches, your hands start shaking more and more, and finally, the day comes. A clear sky hangs over Eterna today. The breeze is warm. You dress in your best outfit, a grey jacket and velvet culotte trousers. You comb your hair carefully and polish your boots until they shine. You leave the lodging house and head for the Imperial College. Your legs grow heavier with each step. Your anxiety at the fact your fate will be decided today is virtually tearing you apart. The college is a majestic building that looks not unlike a castle. In the square in front of it, you can already see several dozen people, young men, sons of nobles of the mantle like you, waiting for the college's doors to open. Time slows to a crawl. At last the doors open. A stately man dressed in a professor's mantle appears at the entrance. He is the dean of the college. The students-to-be fall silent as the dean gets ready to deliver his welcoming speech. But the silence is interrupted by heavy footsteps and clanking armor. A squadron of warriors emerge near the college, led by Arcanian officers. Their banners bears an image of golden grains. The noble militia of Monia province. What are they doing here? The nobles of Monia form a circle around the college, each warrior moving quietly and precisely until a chain is formed. One of the Arcanians is clad in an old-fashioned suit of armor. He is the leader of the militia. He locks the bar on the massive doors of the college into place, then proceeds to the stairs to address the crowd loudly. Commoners, before you stands Agarius of the Monrogue dynasty, Archduke of Monia. By my will, the college is hereby closed, and today's entrance exam is cancelled. Your lowly origins make you unfit for the great honor of rendering service to the Empire, a right that ought to be available only to the hereditary nobles of the sword. The college's reputation has been tarnished. It breeds mock nobles who bear not a trace of noble blood. You belong in the lowly estate, but have forgotten your place. Cornelius Tempest and other traitors to the Empire are indulging you and defacing the institution of the nobility for their lowly interests. A noble lot for those of lowly birth. How can this be? I will not stand for this disintegration of the Imperial Order. Now turn away from the college this instant and return to the humble trades of your ancestors. Plow your fields, mend your boots, and work and suffer by your lot. If any of you dares to set foot upon these stairs, you will be killed at once. The students-to-be meet this speech with a stunned silence. The crowd in the square is growing, however. The crowd in the square is growing, however. The news of the Monia noble militia and the college's closing spreads through the streets like wildfire. More humans join the crowd. College students, commoners, officials who worked hard to be ennobled. Lord Markham, Duke of the Western Lowlands. Something I'll always associate with noble introductions. I don't know if I know who that is. It rings a bell, but I don't know. Mind magic. That explains it. That's why. That is why. Hold on. Yes, that's the word. That's why I have repressed it. The memory. Oh. Alright. Unrest grows around you. You hear people calling to rush Archduke Monroe's forces to take control of the college and defend your right to become noble. The Emperor himself gave us this right. We have to fight for it. This is a decisive moment for all of you. The old gentry has challenged you. Will you accept this challenge? In the face of this shameful, illegal act by the Archduke's forces, you may prove that all of you deserve the noble lot. You will need to break through the cordon, get inside the college and take control of it. The nobles will never dare hurt you if your presence is strong enough. If you are ready to risk it all and fight for your right to the nobility, you will have to lead the charge. People keep coming to the square in the meantime, including students and teachers from the Divine Seminary. The lot of the clergy is to guide others to the right path. When the estates clash, the priests are bound to intervene. The seminary teachers instruct their students to form a line between the noble militia and the outraged crowd. The priests begin telling the warrior nobles and the riotous commoners to return to the preordained divine order, lest they provoke the wrath of the gods. The wrath of the gods. As the priests utter these words, the crowd around you disappears. A vision appears before your eyes. The Empire is ablaze. You see burning lands steeped with pain and despair everywhere you look, rivers overflowing to extinguish the burning world. You can tell that soil scorched by such fire will never bear fruit again. The God's given vision demands to be heard, demands to be prophesied to the world, but only a priest may speak to the twins and for the twins. Will you keep it inside, or will you step onto the path the twins have revealed to you? Somebody shoves you in the back, then you snap out of the vision. You turn around to see a small but decisive troop of commoners moving quickly through the crowd. They are led by Sophia. As soon as she sees you, she signals to them to stop. So you're here too. Going to rush the college, are you? Can't you see it already? The laws cannot be trusted. They gave you the right to study here just to throw you a bone. When the going gets tough, your masters will take it all away. It's time for you to decide. We are the Lotless, and we are not putting up with this system any longer. We will fight for a new world. Are you coming with us, or are you going to submit to them? There are students and professors locked inside the college. Who knows how long Monroe will maintain this siege, and what if they start slaughtering people? Neither group of nobles will care what happens to them. We are going to go inside and pull them out. Come with us if you're ready to take control of your own destiny. The tension in the square is palpable, and the situation is about to implode. Students, commoners, nobles of the mantle, followers of the new faith, all of them are gathering their forces to move on the wall of soldiers. They expect the nobles to let them through en masse. Surely they won't start a massacre. The Lotless, led by Sophia, prepare to break through the siege to rescue the people in the college. And all the while the priests preach peace to both sides of the conflict. The college is your only way into the nobility. Only you can fight for your new lot, and fulfill your duty to your family. You could organize an offensive strong enough to get into the college and thus seize your lawful right like a true nobleman. Yet the revelation of the wrath of the god still pulses in your mind. Once revealed, this vision will take you on a different path, standing with the priests and preaching what you have just seen, warning all of the dire danger on the path of warring estates, bringing the twins' word to the people and guiding them to salvation. Could this be your new lot? Sophia and the Lotless, they expect you to join their struggle. They are waiting for you to cast off the old ways and the eternal yoke of subservience. If you choose this path, you will not change your lot, and your suffering will continue. But your suffering might just change this world. This is the moment. Your future life will be decided here and now. What about not doing anything? Theology 10. I feel like breaking into the college is low class. Like that's doing this like proves that you don't deserve to be a noble. In my opinion. I'm preaching my revelation. Like the revelation is nice, I guess, but isn't it a little weird? But I want to do that. Let's preach the revelation. The will that guides you now is beyond your own. There is no point in resisting it. The twins speak through you now. You have to follow the will of the twins. You must tell everyone how close they have brought themselves to the point of no return. You walk up the stone stairs, raise your hands, and start speaking loudly. Through the din of the mob, the clanging of steel, and the preaching of priests, your words still reach the ears of the people. There will be a dreadful fire in the city of the Silver Tree. In its flames, the ancient order will be lost forever. The gods' wrath will be upon the empire, and the land shall be soaked with blood. Their judgment will come, followed by the death of all that lives. The last thing the world shall see will be the twins' faces, shedding bloody tears for their beloved creation that have gone astray. Such is the world's fate, yet it's not too late to change it. As you utter the last words of the revelation, you grow numb and rigid as the vision leaves you. There is a crowd around you now. They heard your every word. They heard the twins speaking through you. A hooded man dressed in a black cassock appears before you. He bears the silver seal of the Inquisition. He is accompanied by two warriors wearing heavy armor covered in sacred symbols. Seize this pretender. He dares to preach in defiance of his lot. They grab you by the wrists, gag you, and throw you into a dark carriage. It takes you to the Inquisition ward by the great temple of the twins. A week of silence. This is the Inquisition's punishment for laying claim to the lot of the clergy. You are locked in a tiny cell, a small room normally fit for prayers. The inhuman strength you just felt is gone. You are utterly exhausted. The next week is a blur. The next week is a blur. You lose track of day and night, of dream and vision and reality. And in those visions, and with your eyes, you see the silver tree growing through the walls and floor and ceiling of that tiny prayer cell. Then finally the doors open. They take you outside. You face a thin priest with a shaved head and a piercing gaze. You recall his face. He was the man who stopped Patriarch Luke's sermon. Good day to you, Brante. My name is Father Ulrich. Your penance is over, and it is a joy to see how you accepted it. Please understand, that penance was for you as a commoner, for such prophecies of warning are the lot of the clergy. But I heard your words there, in the square. The twins spoke to their servants through you. You came to the college seeking education and a noble title, yes? Its doors will open soon, in no small part to the effort of Cornelius Tempest. But that is not your path. What you saw, young Brante, was a revelation. I can see why you had to preach even in defiance of your lot. But truly understanding the will of the gods is no simple task. It is something you must be taught to do. Your future is at the seminary. I can see you are ready to become a priest. The gods themselves have chosen this path for you. I will keep a close eye on your progress, Robin Brante. You walk out of the Inquisition ward released. The great bell of the great temple rings, echoing over the capital, and you feel a great union with this sound. It resounds within you, it courses through you, it brings clarity of purpose. Before your mind reacts, your lips are already whispering a prayer. This is it. This is your path. The Divine Seminary is right by the great temple, its doors always open. And you enter those doors. The teachers will test you in several days. Before the day comes, you must live in a prayer cell at the seminary. When the day comes, they put you to the test. A priest examines you on your knowledge of the prayers, the works of Prophet Isacius, and the signs of the Great Descent. In your responses, you mention the silver tree in your hometown. You mention being at its very roots. The final question comes, what brings you here? The wish to see and understand the will, and love, and the law of the twins, you reply. The priest nods at your words, satisfied. You are now a student of the Divine Seminary. This is now your new home, and the place where you will prepare to receive your new lot. You will become a priest. By the law of the Empire, you cannot inherit family property or titles. You are to carry the word of the twins into the world, from this moment forth, and until true death takes you to the hereafter. Okay. Well, I'm a priest now. Now we can become a paladin. You return to the lodging house one last time to gather your belongings for the move to your new home. A young man dressed in the uniform of the military academy greets you by the door. It takes you a moment to recognize Thomas. Your friend locks you in an embrace. Brante, hey, how are you? I heard about the nasty stuff that went down in the college square. Those damn gentry would do anything to keep low-born folks under their thumb. Glad the situation resolved itself. As for me, I'm an academy cadet now. Feels like they railroaded you? I mean, there's only 3 choices there. So, we did join the clergy. But I was planning on joining the clergy in the first place. But it is a little... I do think... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the other choices are going to do. I feel like the basic choice of helping Sophia is probably the best, like... That lets you just... not like directly challenge the Archneans, which I felt like was a really, really, really bad idea. Like that option to actually like gather up an army and storm them, that was the brave but stupid choice. And I didn't want to do that. He is beaming with pride. You invite him in and chat while you pack. Tomas continues to relay the news as you walk up the stairs. I made it into the top 10. Can you imagine? Did pretty well in sparring and the sciences. It was all thanks to the help you gave me back in school in Enizot. I'll be studying the art of war now, and then it's a quick march to a noble title. How about you? You tell Tomas about what happened over the past few days, and of the path you have chosen. He remains quiet as you speak. Both of you realize that you may never see each other again. You know, Brante, here's what I think. You may have your own path in life, but you're my friend. We got to make sure our friendship lasts forever, no matter what happens to us. Here, I brought 2 brass rings. If the old tradition is to be believed, both the rings and their wearers will always remain close to each other, no matter where fate takes them. What do you say? I'm getting married to a guy. The 2 of you grew up side by side. Tomas, the audacious, hot-blooded, sharp-tongued boy who used to live next door. You can't imagine your childhood without him. But would it be right to promise him that your friendship will last forever, no matter what happens? 2 rings made of plain brass lie in his open palm. If you wear these rings, you will be bound by ties of friendship for the rest of your life. I'm not on the path. Just like, no, we're not friends anymore. What is this schizo choice, dude? Take the ring. I'll take the ring. Sure. Why not? You take one of the rings from his outstretched palm. The two of you have walked side by side ever since you were children. Even though your paths in life might diverge, nothing will ever tarnish your bond. You are ready to preserve your friendship in brass forever. You put the brass ring on your pinky. A perfect fit. Tomas does the same. He starts beaming again. Now we're friends forever, for all eternity. We gotta celebrate this. Come, come, I know a place. I gotta show you. Tastiest meat I've ever tried, Brante. My treat. The two of you go to a noble salon by the square of Emperor Severin. Surrounded by tobacco smoke and mead bottles, you wag your tongues and recall the days of your adolescence and make plans for the future. Nobody knows what could be waiting for you, but you promise you will never lose sight of each other. All right. After deciding to enroll in the Divine Seminary, you write back home. It isn't an easy letter to write. Father sent you to the capital to enroll in the college, but who could have predicted Archduke Monroe's assault on the college, or the revelation that found you here? Your family replies quickly. You receive their letter in just a week. Father is not happy with your choice as you expected. My son, I realize that these are the difficult times in the capital. Nobody expected an attack on the college. Had you been more firm, you could have upheld your right to study there. Cornelius' Tempest will ensure that the college opens again. Yet you have already rejected the nobleman's lot. It seems your grandfather was right. But your choice is made, so follow it, and study to become a priest. I did not send you to the capital for this, but I accept your choice. Mother, on the other hand, supports you eagerly. My dearest son, I am so proud that you have chosen to follow your destiny, even if it means going against your father's expectations. I always knew you were born to carry the twins' word in the world. This is as it should be. Nathan echoes mother's sentiments. The path of the faith may even be more noble than the path of a noble. I'm going to go to the seminary in Anisot like you. We're going to live the same lot, you and I. You always show me the way. You're not surprised to learn that Stefan and Gloria are disappointed in you, each for their own reasons. How could you defy Father's will? It cost him so much time and money to send you to the capital, but alas, what can we do? If the lot of the clergy is your destiny, then so be it. We of the noble lot will attend to our family's future from now on. I wanted you to find your own way, you know, and you defied Father's will, all to bend to the will of the church. I hope this new lot fits you well. Lessons at the seminary start early in the morning. Before the lessons come 2 prayers. One privately in your room, then a communal prayer in the refectory. The morning bell eases you from the sleep in the morning. You adjust to the new routine more easily than you would have expected. The seminary students are quite numerous. You have counted more than 30 young adults staying with you. There are both boys and girls, but the girls already cover their hair and keep everyone at a distance. Most of the time the boys and girls study separately, unless a lesson is of particular importance. The classroom is vast, and the boys and the girls sit separately, watching the aged, unassuming teacher with rapt attention. His name is Father Jeremiah Hogg. He writes a word in large letters on the blackboard. Isacius. It is a name you know well. Isacius was the disciple of the twins, the elder's favorite. He wrote the two books that lay down the teachings of the twins. The first book tells how the twins are will and law and love. The second book tells of the lots and how each of the three estates is granted its own lot. For the entire first semester you will study only these two books, for they are the foundations of the faith. Father Jeremiah gives you a passionate lecture about Isacius and describes his life. His words are filled with reverence. After all, Isacius surely was second to none when it comes to understanding their divine providence. After a dozen days in the seminary as a student, you hear a rumor. Luke, the patriarch of Archnia, is about to come here, and the teachers are preparing themselves. Father Jeremiah informs you of the patriarch's arrival a few days later. It is a tradition that every year the patriarch of the capital province personally teaches a class for the first-year students of the seminary in Eterna. The lesson in question will be held in 3 days. We teachers are aware that many students are too preoccupied with their current studies to attend this lecture. But I assure you, should you not attend this lesson, it will not affect you in any way. The students exchange wary glances. Skipping class is normally grounds for harsh punishment. This uncharacteristic mercy is only a few words away from saying you ought to skip the lecture. Your curiosity is piqued. What is making the seminary teachers treat the patriarch's lesson like this? Perhaps you should hear what he has to say and see for yourself. You decide to attend the lecture. The day comes. The lecture hall is half empty. There are several teachers in the hall as well, keenly eyeing every student who has chosen to attend this class. A few moments behind schedule, Patriarch Luke arrives. You recognize his broad shoulders and thick brown beard right away. His eyebrows are thick too, and brown, half-squinting eyes gaze out from under them. He greets the students with a smile and begins. The air in the seminary is so inspiring. There was a time when I too studied the teachings of the twins within these walls. My mind was overflowing with questions, but I found answers to only a few of them. I believe that many among you find little satisfaction in the answers that have come down to us from the faraway past, and I believe that you will yet find the answers that eluded me. More than 1,000 years ago, the twins came to our world. They brought us knowledge. After true death, each of us shall face divine judgment and retribution, and the fate of each of us in the hereafter depends on the righteousness of our worldly lives. You are students of the seminary. You are now studying the teachings of Isacius, the foundations of our faith. This student of the elder twin lovingly assembled all their words, all their guidance, and brought it to us who live in the present. But how true is it that the lots, the bonds that hold our present society together, were indeed established by the gods? There are whispers from the teachers' seats. They are not happy with these words, but none of them sees fit to interrupt the patriarch. Apart from written works of Isacius, there is no other proof that the twins established the lots and told all people to follow them. While they were present in this world, neither the elder nor the younger ever mentioned separating people into 3 estates. The twins only told us of the judgment we shall face in the hereafter, and not of the laws by which they will judge us. That being said, I will ask you a question. The very questions my brethren fear so much. Is there not a chance Isacius was in error? For no mortal man is free of error. And is there not a chance we are all in error by repeating his words? Instead, would it not be more sensible for everyone to interpret the teachings of the twins individually? Perhaps the solution in the teachings of Isacius was right for Isacius himself, and not for all of us. The teacher's displeasure grows louder and louder with Luke's every word. Finally, Father Jeremiah grows indignant enough to interrupt the lecture. This profane speech must end. How can a man of your rank be so imprudent and irresponsible as to confuse young people with such ungodly heresy? You will find that no soul in this very hall will ever doubt the truth as it is written in the sacred books. To this, Patriarch Luke smiles again. I am a mortal man, like Saint Isacius, so I may be in error as well, if this is indeed so, and no student of the seminary shares my concern enough to dedicate a paper to the questions I have asked. Then I will curtail my dangerous speech, so as not to confuse these bright young souls. But, if perchance you were the ones in error, if one of these bright young souls does in fact share my concerns, then my lectures on my outlook on Isacius and his writings will continue. The patriarch leaves. For a time the teachers converse in low voices. Then Father Jeremiah casts a watchful eye over the students and rises. It is natural for young people such as you to face the eternal truths with doubt, and the words you have heard may have sown themselves among those youthful doubts. But listen to what I am about to say. There is no place for such impiety in the life of a true priest. Heed my words, all of you, and consider the danger well before you allow such dangerous thoughts into the temple of your mind. There can be no doubt that the Patriarch of Archnia never call the true faith into question. However, youths such as you, who are only beginning their service to the twins, may easily be led astray by such ideas. So be mindful of your thoughts and doubts, and weed out any impiety, for the path of heresy can lead only to the eternal suffering. You return to the monastic cell in which you live. The books of Isacius are right there on the shelf. You open the second book and run over the words about the lots. These words are the truth of truths. You learn them by heart when you were very young. How could anyone ever doubt them? Yet you cannot deny that there is at least one truth in Patriarch Luke's words, and this truth is gnawing at your mind. Isacius was indeed a mortal man, and as a mortal, he could have been in error. He could have gotten it all wrong. These thoughts fill you with doubt. Alright, let's become a heretic. You decide to study this criticism of the lots further and dedicate a research paper to the subject. Every man makes mistakes. Anyone can misinterpret or misunderstand something. This notion burns in your brain, so uncomfortable it hurts. Pursued by this thought, you flee to the seminary library in search of answers. You painstakingly pore over book after book. The accounts of Isacius' life are inconsistent and often contradict one another. One thing is mentioned in each of them, however. He was a disciple of the elder, and he transcribed the will of the twins. No book in the library ever casts doubt upon this. And so you begin researching this on your own. The first thing you do is visit the library of Eterna, the largest of them all, large enough to find a different outlook on Isacius' life. And in the end you do find it. It turns out Isacius based the concept of his writings upon worldly laws, the divisions between estates and classes, and the laws of the empire, for the twins had pronounced it the heavenly kingdom. Therefore, any critique of the divine lots must be sought in the laws of the empire. By the end of the semester, your research paper is done. You hand it to Father Jeremiah. You have a number of theses. Nobles of the mantle are ordinary people who have decided to change their lot. Priests cannot have families or bear children, and any commoner or noble may elect to accept the lot of the clergy. The differences between estates and classes are becoming blurred, as are the boundaries that separate the lots. Estates may change, and so the lots may change, and new ways to change one's lot may soon appear. You back this notion up with the growing authority of industrialists among the commoners. Some of them are wealthier than the nobles of the mantle, or even the nobles of the sword. They manage factories, and so they wield power like a noble would. Bit by bit, word by word, you prove that the words of Isacius are not unquestionable. In fact, they must be questioned. The empire is changing. People's lives are changing, and so the divine law must change as well. The lots are already being defied in our ordinary lives, left and right, you conclude. So is it sensible to preach them so fervently, while turning a blind eye to the changes taking place around us? Father Jeremiah grows furious as he thumbs through your paper. He rips it apart and punishes you for showing a weakness of faith. Patriarch Luke will continue to hold yearly lectures at the seminary, but you are barred from attending his visits ever again. You have no free time now. You spend every day at the scriptorium transcribing the teachings of Isacius, page after page. book after book. +1 eloquence! We're 18 years old! Now we can get a driver's license. You have lived another year in the capital. Eterna has been shaken by what is now known as the trial of the 50. 50 people stand trial at once, all prominent members of several political circles. They are accused of treason and conspiracy against the crown. The accused spoke in favor of reducing the power of the nobles and granting more rights to the common estate. There was no mention of rebellion, yet those words alone were enough to indict them. Every session of the trial is open to the public. It is a show of power made to discourage people from forming such circles ever again. You attend one of these sessions. The 50 face their verdict, forced labor in the mines of Magra and Illyria for regular members, and true death for their leaders, 6 men and 1 woman. Their public execution takes place in the central square of Eterna. You remember the woman. Her name was Anis Sirin. She made a speech before her execution. A young woman, not too tall, her face almost plain, with long bangs over her eyes. She looks calm even at this moment. You cannot believe she is about to leave this world forever. Anis Sirin takes a look around before she speaks. Her voice is quiet, but you're close enough to hear every single word. She says she is happy to give her life fighting for the rights of the people. Her cause will never die, Annie claims. Others like her will continue their work in hiding, for their cause is right and just. She is dragged away to the others. They put a sack over her head and tighten a noose around her neck. A hand yanks on the lever, and the 7 dangle in the air. Their feet tremble at first, then grow still. There are gasps and cries of discontent in the crowd. Struggle for power. Overseer in power. Old nobility in power. Okay. Nobility is gaining power. Order +1. Your studies at the seminary continue. You assist with the preparations for church holidays and study the accounts of the twins' lives in the sacred scriptures. The seminary sends some of its students on a pilgrimage to the holy sites of the empire to follow in the footsteps of one of the twins. A large group of these pilgrims returns to the seminary several weeks after your studies begin. Among the students in this group is a young woman who looks familiar. She holds her head high as her brown eyes, filled with wisdom and strength, study you attentively. She approaches you first. It is Jean. You met in the past by the silver tree in Anisot. Jean was but an acolyte at the temple by the tree at that time, but now she is in Eterna like you, almost ready to complete her studies. I remember you. I'm glad you're here, so you find your way to the priestly lot after all. It's nice to see a familiar face from your former life. You start spending more time with Jean, praying and reading the sacred scriptures together. Most of the time you discuss theology, but the more you learn about each other, the more you start discussing your lives before the seminary. You tell her how Mother prepared you to serve the twins ever since you were a child, from daily prayers to following your lot in everything. As for me, I don't know who my parents are. I grew up in the orphanage by the temple. Studying the seminary has been my goal since as long as I can remember. The priests were kind to me, so now it's my sacred duty to serve the twins. With the first term exams now behind you, you're allowed to visit the antiquarium, a special storage chamber for sacred relics and artifacts that harken back to the history of the faith. You invite Jean to go there with you. The inside of the antiquarium is quiet. The items you see beyond the glass panes and on the shelves are nothing short of amazing. One thick ragged tome is an original work, inked by Asacius. You see old images of the twins' likenesses faded with time. You behold the lash used in the very first sacrament for the lowborn lot. The relics made of silver, the twins' blessed metal, are kept in a separate chamber. You take some time poring over these handcrafted sacred symbols. The shelves on the opposite wall are covered with silver collars, large and small. So elegant. The things we make are much simpler nowadays, always cast from silver, not forged by hand. Look, those old collars even had names stamped into the silver. Another wall is covered with thin silver slabs, prayers to the twins etched into the metal. After taking the priest's sacrament, any priest may use such a silver slab to call the gods' power down upon their foes and work wonders even outside the temple grounds. Do you think these might be copies? Silver slabs disappear when they're used, don't they? Just imagine the temptation, working wonders anywhere just like that. There is one more chamber, at the farthest end of the antiquarium, with only one relic within, the only room here that is guarded. Your voices trail off when Jean and you feel the eyes of the chamber guard upon you. He bears a scroll with a silver seal on his cassock, an Inquisitor. What the Inquisitor is guarding is a black book, its pages blackened, seemingly by fire. The book lies inside a spacious cage, forged of time-faded silver. You are not allowed to approach it, the Inquisitor says. What is it, you ask? The Inquisitor sighs and glances at the silver cage with worry and scorn. This is the most dangerous and vile of all the relics in the land, he says. It is a monument to the Dark Ages, when Arcanians used to fight one another for power, a time when one of the great Arcanian dynasties defied the twins. The twins' chosen tempests. The Arcanian who owned this book was Char Milanides. Driven by helpless rage, he scorched the land of Magra and ravaged the Imperial army with a terrible curse. But the twins' power stripped him of his dark sorcery, and the Holy Order brought him down. The book within this cage contains his sinister spells. What the Inquisitor says seems unbelievable. The books you have read say that all of Milanides' relics were destroyed. He explains, however. Apparently, the book was utterly impossible to immolate. Even with the gods' divine aid, the countless raging pyres it was subjected to could only blacken the pages with ash, but not destroy them. The dark magic remains within the book, preserving its blasphemous sorcery. But the book alone was not enough. The rebellious duke turned his very land into a weapon by destroying it. The Holy Order, the swords of the twins, surrounded Milanides' forces along with the Imperial army. Their victories were numerous, for true faith guided them towards the city of Anizot. With no other way to prolong the war and nourish his magical powers, the rebellious duke squeezed all life from the land of Magra and transformed it into dark sorcery. And so the province of Magra, ruled by Char Milanides, became an infertile desert during that war. The people of Milanides began dying from sickness and famine, and many fled to the neighboring lands. Yet this evil act did not stop the twins' true believers. By the prayers of the priests, the gods took away the dark magic of Char Milanides and dispelled the accursed sorcery he had wrought. The Holy Order dealt swiftly with the remnants of Milanides' army, while the Inquisition captured all the mages and witches hiding in Anizot. Char Milanides himself was executed as an oathbreaker, possessed by heresy, who had destroyed the fertile lands of Magra and starved thousands of his subjects to death. Be wary of magic, for magic is an ungodly power that distorts and plagues all it touches, and so must be eradicated, the Inquisitor concludes. These words seem to affect Jean deeply. She turns pale and walks out of the room containing the encaged book. You thank the priest for his story and follow her. You find the poor girl sitting on the bench in the park by the temple, her face hidden in her arms. You lightly tap her on the shoulder and ask what is troubling her. When I came to Eterna, I wasn't alone, you know. I had a friend. Almost a sister. Her name is Alice. I had one goal here, to serve the twins, but she wanted to be an actress. I argued against it, told her that acting was in defiance of her lot, but Alice wouldn't listen. She's performing in taverns now, and in markets on holidays. I went to one of her performances once, just the other day in fact, and I saw her eyes glowing yellow. Every time her eyes flashed, the people would applaud her. She's not just defying the law, she's using magic. Elis is practicing the dark arts, confounding people's minds with sorcery. I was far enough away. Her spell didn't reach me. I want to... But I can't tell the Inquisition about her. Elis is my only real friend in the world, and she's a witch. I don't know what to do. Jean's shoulders tremble with anxiety. Her brown eyes are red with tears as she looks at you, hoping for guidance that will save her from error. What do you tell Jean? I don't know Jean. I don't know her enough to do this, apparently. But I'm not here to enforce the Inquisition. That's not my goal with joining the church. So I'm gonna tell her, tell no one about Elis. You look away from Jean and ask her a question. Does she feel any evil in Elis's heart? Would she ever use that power to harm others? Jean shakes her head. No, Elis would never do that. But what will she face in the hereafter? How will she be judged? If this is true, you say, then there is no need for the Inquisition. Why do you say that? Because your friend is no Char Melanides, you say. She is not killing the land. She is not defying the gods' chosen order. She is not starving thousands. And she will never harm others. If Elis remains free, she will have a choice to willingly reject her accursed power and accept the lot she was dealt. But if the Inquisition finds her, she will be stripped of her lot and turned into a limp mockery of a human bound in a silver collar. She will never find her way to the twins in the House of Humility. How dare you say such a thing? This is heresy! The twins abhor all magic. The twins gave people the lots, you say, and they gave them the will to live their lives. The younger shall meet us all in the hereafter, and every decision shall be judged. The mages have their own burden to bear, their own trial to overcome, and that trial is their power. They must overcome it, or fail and face punishment at the foot of the pillar. Jean leaps to her feet, anger burning in her tearful eyes. And what if the Inquisition finds her? They'll burn her at the stake, and then what? What are you angry about? What's the alternative here? Before that happens, Jean should talk to her friend and explain her situation, you say. Jean must take care of her and teach her how to hide her power. The best way for a witch to stay alive would be to flee Eterna and join a traveling troupe. Jean thanks you. Her voice rings with calm confidence now. She sees that firm faith does not mean zealous dogmatism, you realize. She has had to break the law for the sake of love. The twins are law, yet the twins are also love. Elis joined the troop, alright? Plus one scheming. We're becoming a schemer. Elis's death is prevented. The capital is preparing for a great celebration, the coming of age of Gerion Tempest, heir to the throne. Ribbons and flags flutter in the wind. The streets are scrubbed clean, and the scent of flowers fills the air. You two set some time aside to join the celebration. It is not often that you can see the ruling family of the Empire firsthand. The celebration day comes, and Eterna is abuzz. The festive procession starts on the streets. Students from the college and cadets from the military academy march in front, lined up in columns, and other citizens follow suit. You join the parade around the tail of the procession. Before long, it reaches the square in front of the Emperor's palace. The ruling dynasty of the Tempests observes the parade from the palace balcony. They are joined by the Empire's highest dignitaries and province overseers. For the first time in your life, you see Emperor Uther II with your own eyes, there, high up above. The columns of college students and academy cadets come to a halt at the balcony and salute the Emperor with their mottos. The Emperor raises his hand in a gesture of benevolent greeting. Then his voice echoes across the square. You can hear him easily, even from so far away. I accept your gratitude, my loyal subjects. Take pride as you wield your knowledge and valor in service to the Empire. All who are worthy will be ennobled by the mantle by my grace. The nobles to be cheer the Emperor's words, but then Archduke Monroe steps onto the balcony, and the jubilation gives way to murmurs of discontent. Everyone here remembers all too well how the rulers of Monia tried to shut down the college by force. Still, the Archduke is de facto leader of the Arcanian gentry. He is a force to be reckoned with, even for the Emperor. Hail your Emperor, common folk. Be forever obedient and grateful for the good graces you do not deserve by birth. But then everyone grows silent. A young, slender Arcanian with a shy smile comes forth. There are whispers in the crowd. That's Prince Geryon, heir to the throne, student of Cornelius, promise and the hope of the common estate. To the left of Geryon is his younger brother Flavius. He is baffled at the sight of the parade below, too young to process what he has seen. May the twins be kind to you, my future subjects. I promise to repay you in kind and help you prosper in your loyal service to the Empire. Exalted by these words, the nobles to be roar as one. All hail Prince Geryon! Another figure steps into view next to the heir. He is an Arcanian, elegantly dressed, and his mantle bears the Tempest colors. He raises his arms, about to make a speech. Long live Prince Geryon, students of the college, cadets of the academy. Time and again you have proven yourselves to the Empire by word and deed. Today is a day of great celebration, and in honor of Prince Geryon, you must ask the Emperor to guarantee forever the right of distinguished common folk to be ennobled by the mantle. So ask now. The cadets and students freeze in hesitation. They exchange glances, unsure whether to follow the words of the Emperor's own brother. On the balcony high above, Prince Geryon also remains still, listening to every reaction from the crowd. Archduke Monroe briskly steps into view once more. He takes several seconds to observe the crowd before he speaks. Imperial subjects, what the Emperor's brother wishes to say is that you must always remember that you owe your status to the Tempest dynasty. The Emperor accepts your gratitude and sends you off with his blessing. You may leave now. Commotion and murmurs spread over the crowd, as some of the nobles-to-be refuse to follow Archduke Monroe's order. There are shouts heard here and there. The law! We ask for the law! The academy officers and teachers of the college urge them to fall in line and resume the parade, but tension is rising. The crowd slowly grows enraged and unruly. An Imperial Guard cavalry regiment emerges from the palace. They start slowly advancing on the crowd, hands on their swords, pushing people out of the square. The commoners are now running left and right. You too have to move away. This quickly quells the commotion in the square, and the cavalry withdraws. Emperor Uther II appears on the balcony again. Archduke Monroe stands by his side. The square falls silent at the sight of the sovereign. My subjects, I can see how overjoyed you are for Prince Geryon, but your show of reverence and gratitude was clear enough. Now obey my will. Continue the parade and sing the praises of the Tempest dynasty that has given you so much. The square obediently lines up in columns once again. The bout of defiance is in the past now, and they resume the festive parade through the city streets. Glory to Emperor Uther! Glory to Prince Geryon! That's the second game. That's the game they're making. Prince Geryon, I think. That's the guy you're playing there. Power -1, Overseer in power. There are days when you receive letters from home. Father's writing is very reserved. He mostly discusses events and work in Magra, and writes very little about the family. It makes me proud that I have managed to teach Stefan how to handle our affairs at home. Your older brother behaves impeccably at the society balls and receptions that we host. He has already made several crucial acquaintances. But Gloria has a different opinion of Stefan. She thinks your older brother is taking more and more after grandfather. Stefan is a lot like grandfather. It's in his manners, his posture, his voice. He even dresses just like him. He used to be aloof around me and we barely talked in the past, but now he always blames me and tears me apart. I can't take it anymore. He walks all over me all the time and treats me like a housemaid. Mother writes to you. From her letters you learn that Nathan just barely managed to graduate from school. It makes me sad to admit that Nathan has none of the talents you have. The other day he told me he won't even try to study in the capital. He says he won't be able to pass the exams. I find solace only in the nights Nathan and I spend together reading the scriptures, and our walks to the church by the silver tree. He accompanies me every time. Your sister and younger brother write about Mother too, and they say the same thing about her health. She now spends more time locked away in her chambers to brood. Gloria does her best to accompany Mother when she leaves home, and Nathan's letters mention her steps echoing in the halls in the middle of the night. There is one more thing Nathan mentions in his letters. Stefan and Gloria have been fighting very often these days. Stefan always tries to get under Gloria's skin, and she answers him in kind. Then Stefan calls her a lowly commoner to make her shut up. You always tremble in excitement each time you see a new letter with the seal of your home province. Your fate is still bound tightly to your families, no matter the distance between you. Lost -1 relations with everyone. I think that's normal though. Like you all moved apart from each other. It's gonna go down a bit naturally, even no matter what. That makes sense to me. The months fly by now. Every day at the seminary is filled with study and work. You're being trained to live by your new lot. There can be no rest from service to the twins. You're well acquainted with your instructors now, and with each passing day you come closer to being their equal. Every month you and your class learn more about the sacred scriptures and the life and routine of the church, and how to guide others to live by their lots. You learn about the founding of the church and the 3 councils at which the twins' first disciples were established. The twins' first disciples first established the dogmas of the faith. When the first council met, they pronounced that the twins' faith would be It's a lot of reading, dude. My nose is clogging up. I'll be right back. Oh! I don't know how much more we're gonna continue today. It is hard to like read this much because it is actually like you're not breathing normally. You're just always breathing out. Oof. It's genuinely exhausting. And also my sinuses are a little messed up today. All right. You learn about the founding of the church and the three councils at which the twins' first disciples first established the dogmas of the faith. When the first council met, they pronounced that the twins' faith would be the only faith throughout the empire for all eternity, and that the Tempest dynasty would rule the land by their will, for they were chosen by the gods. The first council also condemned all magic within the empire, other than the wonders sent down by the twins themselves. The Inquisition was created to enforce the order established by the twins, and cleanse all heresy and sorcery from hearts, minds, and bodies. Mages and witches were offered two choices. They would either accept the collar and reject their powers, or perish in the ritual of purifying flame. When the Second Council met, the Holy Order was founded. It became the mighty sword wielded by the Church against its enemies. Nobles who sought to serve the twins with their arms formed the ranks of this order. When the Third Council met, the two books of Prophet Isacius and the accounts of the twins' own lives were deemed the sacred scriptures of the faith. It was then pronounced that no more councils would ever be convened, so that the foundations of the faith could never be warped. The main dogmas of the faith are the same for everyone. However, the seminary students prepare for the lot that lies ahead in different ways. Some of them study the scriptures, spending hours at the temple every day, attending every sermon and mastering the art of preaching. Jean often appears among their ranks. These preachers ardently follow the age-old traditions and dogmas, doing everything just as it was done hundreds years ago. Others, you call them supplicants, rarely attend sermons, but spend plenty of time in prayer rooms and temples and by the altars. You know these supplicants are seeking the twins within themselves and looking for them in the signs and revelations they experience. There are still others who are never seen during sermons or in prayer rooms. You only see them during lessons, and when a lesson is over they cross the gate of the seminary and disappear into the city, often waking you up when they return in the small hours of the night. The secret society, you call these students, who are clearly united by a shared mystery. There are only a handful of them. When they meet, they sit at the same table and speak in hushed whispers, falling silent if anyone tries to approach them. You have not joined any of these groups yourself. For now, you spend your days and nights in study. Today is yet another ordinary day. At the seminary. You sit in the common room, reading a book, when Jean approaches you. Why are you always alone with your books? You should learn from your elders and attend sermons if you hope to walk the path of a priest. We can go to the next sermon together if you wish. You promise to consider her offer. As priests, you will be bound by the law to the will of the twins, not the will of your instructors. Still, the will of the twins is a mystery, and their revelations are ever involute. Come to think of it, learning from senior priests and studying their habits might be the best way to understand your lot. Lost in thought, you look at the enigmatic handful of students sitting in the faraway corner of the hall. What mystery are they hiding? What path have they chosen to walk? You need to decide what to do next. One way or another, Jean is right. Your books will never do your preaching for you. Secret society? They're probably just followers of the new faith. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, the one thing this also does is it gives you more willpower. I have 15, which is kind of a lot. But you never know when you need willpower. Because willpower is what lets you do these. This costs 5 willpower. So sometimes it's worth taking something like this just to make sure that you can do more important things later. Because this is like an extreme unknown. I'm gonna let's do the search for the divine within yourself. The sun is setting. You head for a prayer room instead of the sermon. You kneel before the holy image of the older and the younger and begin to pray. You say all the words you wish to tell the twins, not quoting from the holy scriptures, but straight from the heart. You guide your mind and soul to reach the gods. You strive to sense the imperceptible connection that binds you to the addressee of your words. From that evening on, you start praying more often. Every day you guide your thoughts to the twins, and before you know it, every minute of your life becomes a living conversation with the gods. A love for the world and your cause, and every being fills your body and mind. The twins are indeed around us, and they fill you with their grace. During these moments, all questions disappear, and only answers remain. You see the founding principles of the world, and the law that guides all life in the Empire. You understand the ways of the other lots and estates and realize their weaknesses, and the guidance they require. You see how matters of honor can come to lead a noble away from the truth, and how perspicacity in one's labor and a desire for change can drive a commoner away from the twins' faith. Or was it perspicacity? No, I don't know. The twins inspire you, and with every prayer you immerse yourself more and more in their will and love and law. With every passing day, the divine presence within you grows ever stronger, while your mortal self grows ever weaker. How far are you prepared to take your service to them? Are you ready to allow the twins to consume you completely? Will you allow their will to supplant your own? 10? We got 10? God damn. Maybe you always get 10, I don't know. Two major events take place while you are busy living your life. Firstly, Cornelius Tempest is no longer the great chancellor of the empire. He has been ousted and sent back to his province. His replacement is the Archduke of Monia, Agarius Monroe, and the same Monroe who sought to shut down the college. The most powerful lord in the realm finally convinced the emperor that his brother Cornelius was giving too much freedom to the lowborn. Now the policies of the empire will be reversed. Many fear that the new great chancellor will destroy the imperial code of laws and other achievements of Cornelius. There are cautious rumors among the people. They say the new great chancellor is going to revoke the right of the common lot to be ennobled by the mantle. Secondly, Magra, your homeland, now has a new overseer, Gaius Tempest, the other brother of the emperor Uther II. Usually the overseer of a province is its archduke. After all, it makes sense for the province's most powerful noble to impart the emperor's will to the locals. Yet now this age-old tradition has been broken, and to no one's surprise, Archduke Tarquinius Milanides is absolutely furious. Gaius Tempest used to be the main supporter of his brother, former Great Chancellor Cornelius Tempest. The nobles at the emperor's court say this is a stratagem by the Archnian gentry, who want Gaius removed from the court affairs along with Cornelius. Either way, Gaius Tempest and Tarquinius Milanides will be at each other's throats over the province. This does not bode well for their future. Only one thing is clear. Magra, your home province, is about to face great changes. Spring is in full bloom. The city of Eterna is a sea of flowering trees. The apple trees are particularly prevalent. You see them growing everywhere in the seminary yard alone. How nice it would be to sit here with a good book, enjoying the apple blossoms and getting lost in important thoughts. But there is no time for that. A recent incident has the entire seminary on edge. One of the senior seminary students has been accused of having a relationship with a witch. The Inquisition had been watching the girl for a long time. When the lovers met and the girl put a floral wreath on the student's head, the Inquisition spies saw it all. The lovers were immediately arrested. You hear about it from Jean. She looks very anxious when she comes to you to discuss the news. Are you going to watch the trial? They're only allowing priests and seminary students to attend it. We have to be there. It's an important case. We could learn so much from seeing the Holy Tribunal in action. You agree to go with her. After all, the case is highly unusual indeed. Junius Diamond, one of the leaders of the new faith, has stepped forth to defend the student and the girl. You have already met the other leader of the new faith, Luke, Patriarch of Archnia. But Patriarch Junius holds much more authority. The seminary students speak of him in hushed voices, and only when the instructors are not around. Junius Diamond is more than a patriarch of one of the provinces. He is an Archnian hailing from one of the great dynasties, and the leader of the Holy Order, the Empire's finest knights in service to the Twins' Church. The prosecution will be represented by Father Ulrich. He's a powerful inquisitor and the head warden at the House of Humility, the fortress that collars all mages and subdues their will to the service of the Inquisition. You have heard of him. He is a fierce man who is ardent and merciless in service to the twins. I've met him like twice. The day comes. The spacious courtroom is filled with people. All the seats are taken. The judges sit at a long table upon a platform. There are 10 of them, all high-ranking members of the church. To the right of them is a man in a black cassock. His head is shaved, and his back is perfectly straight. This man, Father Ulrich, a true and lawful inquisitor, will represent the prosecution. To the left of the judge's table stands an Archnian. He is wearing a white cassock with a cape of white and gold on his shoulders. The Archnean's blue hands rest on the edge of the table, and his expression is that of perfect calm. This man, Patriarch Junius Diamond, will represent the defense. To the left of him sit the accused, a young man in a seminary uniform and a young girl who looks like she just came back from the foot of the pillar. They are both bound in chains. Even from your distant seat you can see that the inquisitors have shown her no mercy. The girl's face and neck are covered in bruises. There are bloody wounds on her left hand where her fingernails should be, and her right hand bears a horrible black burn. Loud voices emanate from the stalls. Even before the trial begins, some chide Patriarch Junius, while others call out Father Ulrich. There are more and more of these shouts, with every passing minute, and soon a judge's gavel can do very little to rein them in. The trial begins. Father Ulrich is the first to speak. Judges of the Holy Tribunal, and you, my brethren, this is an act of sacrilege beyond compare, committed within the walls of our own seminary. This man is a venomous viper, nurtured in the church's bosom. He defied all that is forbidden, and engaged in an act of hideous lechery, and already a malefaction. But worse yet, the object of his lust is an abhorrent, sinful witch. The young woman in question looks up. You see the color of her eyes, vibrant, radiant, emerald, green like the tender grass of spring. You recall a cautionary tale. Such eyes are the mark of a mage who holds sway over wildlife and nature. This blasphemer deserves nothing less than true death for what he has done. The walls of the church are no place for traitors and licentious filth. We who bring the will of the twins to the world may afford no weakness. As for the witch, put her in a collar and cut off her nose, so that her comely appearance may never again lead a righteous man astray. Isn't it weird? Like, nowadays, I don't know. Maybe I'm just retarded, but I feel like comely nowadays is like used to mean that someone's not beautiful. But it actually means that they're beautiful. With that, Father Ulrich takes his seat. The man who rises next is Patriarch Junius. He is tall as a pillar, and you feel an inexplicable power emanating from him. He takes his stand before the judges. Even before he speaks, Jean winces in disgust. To her, an ally of the new faith deserves neither tolerance nor sympathy. He's already drenched in sin, and yet he thinks he can talk justice. Junius Diamond begins to speak. May it please the tribunal, the accusation is indeed true. The young man before us is at fault. It was his duty to convince the lady he had befriended to renounce all magic, and yet he encouraged her profane practices. But Father Ulrich's proposal is far too severe. I seek no lesser punishment for the witch. This is a matter for the Inquisition, but the young man need not be executed. His life is the subject of my debate. It was not by force that the young man now stands before us. He sought the twins entirely of his own volition, and so I plead with the Holy Tribunal to spare his life. May he instead take the vows and habit of a monk, and a vow of silence, and be subject to corporal punishment. For the ways of the Church are stern but fair. This young man need not lose his life in order to redeem himself. An accusation flies from the crowd, so Junius favors mages and takes them under his wing in his province. Look at the man who dares doubt our lots and reject the orthodox faith. We won't let your kind gain ground in Eterna. This in turn sparks a different cry. Another voice accuses Ulrich of being drunk with the power he has acquired by enslaving those who wield magic. Patriarch Junius attempts to pacify his followers as accusations from the Inquisitor's side keep coming. Father Ulrich marks each condemnation of Junius and the new faith with an agreeable nod. His mouth is a crooked smile. The crowd begins to move. Those who side with the Inquisition start pushing against the guards to exact their own brand of justice. Junius's followers do not stand still either. They rise and form a circle around the Patriarch as well as the man and woman on trial. Accusations fly, and the air above the crowd grows hot with boiling rage. People are pushing and shoving. You hear screams of panic among the cries of outrage. You and Jean find a temporary refuge on a podium rising above a human sea. The courtroom is becoming dangerous. You must accept to escape now, or risk being trampled. There is still time. Time for either Patriarch Junius or Father Ulrich to say something, to calm the crowd. Remind them why they are here, but they both froze in confusion, unable to rein in the coalescing madness. Perhaps you could make your voice heard from atop the crowd, or would it be more sensible to escape the chaos of this courtroom? I'm too retarded. That's just how it is. We don't have enough theology, we don't have enough eloquence. We are too retarded. It's time to flee the courtroom. You take Jean by the hand and leave the courtroom before the conflict reaches its culmination. You push and shove through screaming inquisitors, frenzied seminary students, and red-faced followers of the new faith. As you leave, the hall behind you erupts into screams of rage and pain and fighting. You ask Jean if she wants to stay here and see the end of the trial. No, I have seen enough. This is too much like what happened to Alice. I don't want to see what happens next. Let's get out of here at once. You make your way back to the seminary courtyard where the apple trees are in bloom. There are so many white flowers you can barely see the leaves behind them. After the din of the courtroom, the quiet here is deafening. So quiet you can almost hear your own heartbeat. Jean looks up with a quiet sigh and touches the white petals. It feels so strange. It's like we're back in Anisot, beneath the branches of the silver tree. I wish I could feel that calm again, don't you agree? Carefully, Jean's hand touches yours and squeezes your fingers gingerly. Then suddenly she embraces you. You gasp with surprise and place your hands on her waist. Is this a chaste hug, or perhaps... Her breath feels hot on your neck. Her eyelashes flutter against your skin as her arms glide up and down your back. You are not yet priests, yet you are not yet one with the clergy. You are not yet one with the clergy. You are not yet bound by the new lot, and for now anything is possible. She smells so good. A lock of her hair tumbles out from under her headcloth. You gently touch this lock with your lips. Hours, minutes, maybe seconds pass like this. Then suddenly, Jean moves away and looks at you defiantly, biting her lower lip. You smile in return. She will embrace you once more, will she not? She steps back. You part ways. Jean heads for the prayer room. You walk back to your monastic cell. Still, you look back once more before you leave. Jean is there, watching you go. When she catches your eye, she looks away and leaves. We're only actually at +1? I thought we were like good friends or something. You wanted to speak to Jean again, but she disappeared the next day. Some say she was sent somewhere else to study. Strange. Why did she tell you nothing? Why did she not say goodbye? You keep waiting for news from her at first, but as the days go by, your thoughts turn to the upcoming exams and the second sacrament. All the sacred scriptures, holy procedures, and sacred hymns have been memorized long ago. You know the names of every disciple of the elder and the younger, all the patriarchs of the provinces from the very first to the present day. And most importantly, your faith is strong and your confidence is unshakable. The exams are behind you now. On the day of your second sacrament, you come to the great temple of the twins already dressed in a priest's cassock. Father Jeremiah holds your belt in one hand. He will conduct your sacrament. His other hand holds the sacred book. You are to kiss it to show your complete submission to the will of the twins. You approach the altar on the commoner's side. The jagged floor hurts as it bites into your bare feet, but there is a hint of pleasure in that pain. You kneel before Father Jeremiah on the lowest of the steps leading to the altar. He speaks the words of your new lot above you. Thou shalt now carry the will of the twins to the world. Whosoever cometh to thee, thou shalt give him guidance. The twins are love, and will, and law. Thou shalt bring it to the world. Thy new lot is to interpret the lots, and give counsel in faith. Arise, priest. You kiss the book and stand up, confidence blooming within you. You now know the answers to all questions. You are now a messenger of the true word, the one who carries true understanding. You have the power to guide people towards a righteous path, to help them see the truth, to help them find answers. For the twins will it so. New strength fills you. By the grace of the elder, you may pray to him to heal and cure those who suffer. By the law of the younger, you may pray to him to bind your foes with his wondrous power. When no one is looking, you reach for your back. The mark of the lash is gone. You feel as though you can breathe more easily now. On the morning after, you are to conduct a sacrament for the first time. You walk into a small temple on the outskirts of Eterna. Acolytes are running to and fro, preparing for the ritual while you repeat the words of the lots that you must tell the children. Slowly the temple fills with people. You stand at the altar now, the sword in one hand and the lash in the other. 3 boys are to receive their sacrament today, a little nobleman and 2 low-born boys of the same age. The noble boy's parents are nervous and ask you to hurry with the sacrament, and so you begin. Then you carefully, with confidence and proper pace, you recite the words of a noble's lot to the little boy kneeling before you. Then you carefully bring the flat of the sword to his lips. The boy kisses it, and you thank the twins under your breath. Now it is time for the common children to receive their sacrament. You notice movement in the temple out of the corner of your eye. Someone is standing in the doorway. It is the silhouette of a woman. You recognize her. She looks sterner now, harsher. But the most striking feature about her now is her eyes. They are cold, yet curious. Something glints on Jean's belt now. It is the silver seal of the Inquisition. Do continue, priest. The boys stand before you, just like you and Nathan when you were boys. You were just like them at your first sacrament. The elder of the 2 kneels on the jagged floor. He winces slightly, but holds back the tears. You recite his new lot for him, and strike him twice with the lash. He shudders, yet humbly accepts the first suffering of his life. They bring the other boy to you next. He is kicking and squirming, and his face is red with tears. They force him to kneel, and he falls on all fours. The floor draws blood from his hands. Adult hands hold him still. Adult voices chide him angrily. You say the words of his new lot, and strike him once with the lash. The lash cuts right through the boy's shirt and soaks it with blood. The boy's cries turn to screams. You raise your head slightly and notice Jean's watchful eye. She is there, waiting. You look back down at the boy. He looks so much like Nathan, just as frightened, just as distraught, just as defenseless. You hesitate, unsure of what to do. The ritual must be finished. By your lot, you must bring forth the will of the twins and perform the sacrament of suffering. But this little boy is huddling at your feet. Huddling at your feet is so young. He will no doubt see so much suffering in his life. Perhaps you should show him that the world can be merciful too. Strike with all your might. You cast away all doubt. You muster all your will, and the lash cuts through the air as it strikes the boy's back again. His skin parts. His blood drips onto the floor. The boy gasps for air, doubled over in pain, then sags in the acolyte's arms. With a stern voice, you tell him to rise and live by the lot he has been given. The boy barely gets back to his feet, then walks back to his mother, panting. You hand the sword and lash to an acolyte, then turn to face the altar and say a quick prayer to the twins for this day. You hear quiet footsteps behind you. I am glad to see that you didn't hesitate. You must never show mercy if you are to carry out the will of the twins. You helped that boy understand the full burden of his lot. That is a blessing that will guide him towards the peak of the pillar. Jean puts her hand on your shoulder, yet she hastily removes it as both of you hear a powerful voice that would make anyone shudder. You sure have a steady hand, Brother Robin. You hastily turn around and see Inquisitor Ulrich appear from the shadows. Has he been watching you perform the sacrament this whole time? Father Ulrich, you are correct after all. Brother Robin is ready to become one of us. That is for me to decide. Jean frowns, but falls silent, pursuing her lips. Jean frowns, but falls silent, pursing her lips. Ulrich turns his heavy gaze to you. For 2 years I have been watching you, Robin. Now the time has come for you to join our ranks. Ulrich hands you a scroll marked with the silver seal of the Inquisition. Brother Robin, the Church is appointing you an Inquisitor. You are to return to your native land and protect our true faith against heresy. Jean pierces you with an intent stare. You bow your head and accept the scroll from Ulrich's hands. Then you solemnly fasten the Inquisitor's insignia to your belt. By the will of the Church and the gods themselves, you are now a servant to the Holy Order of the Inquisition. Henceforth, your life belongs to the Order. You shall fight against any apostasy that threatens the Church and her flock. Cast aside your doubts, Inquisitor Brante, and be ready to fulfill your new righteous duty. Prepare yourself to set out for Anizot. A special assignment awaits you there. Sister Jean will accompany you as a fellow Inquisitor. She will tell you everything else you need to know. With that, Ulrich abruptly turns away and leaves the temple. Your answer is not required. The will of the Church is the law, and you must abide by it. I thought your character was leaning a bit more to the new faith. Well, it's not that we're not, it's that just bullheadedly leaning into defiance, I feel is not constructive. But instead trying to find the right time to do whatever. And we'll see. My reasoning really for joining the church wasn't really to become a priest. It was partially just because we've met the gods twice, because we've died twice. So I felt like my Brante wanted to understand the truth more. And so joining the church made the most sense, because that will let you see the inner workings of the church and the religion at large. And if that means we have to play by the church's rules for some time, then so be it. And then we'll see what happens. If we end up supporting the new faith from within or not, we'll see. But the old faith seems to be on its way out, regardless. But it is clinging to power still. With that, Ulrich abruptly turns away and leaves the temple. Your answer is not required. The will of the church is the law, and you must abide by it. You are left alone with Jean. Your sister in faith betrays no emotions. Her words sound sharp and dry. The time has come to bid the capital farewell, Brother Robin. We are leaving for Anizot tomorrow. With that, Jean leaves you alone in the temple. You turn back to the altar and finish your prayer. Especially since she was obviously an inquisitor and was there like watching if we were doing our job properly. It's like a bad moment to show mercy. Just before you leave the capital, you overhear something unusual on the street. Junius Diamond, Patriarch of Astinia, and one of the leaders of the new faith will stand trial before a church tribunal. Oh. The Order of the Inquisition has accused Patriarch Junius of patronizing blasphemous witches and disseminating heresy. The Holy Tribunal claims that Junius Diamond was scheming to free all witches and sorcerers from the collars that fetter their accursed powers. And, what's worse, the Patriarch was also accused of forming the Lotless, a dangerous secret society based in the imperial capital. Members of this society have been assaulting inquisitors and priests of the church, as well as freeing witches from the cleansing fire and helping them escape the holy law. Now the Patriarch must face the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition in Eterna. By all accounts, this is a devastating blow to the new faith, and the end of days for Junius Diamond himself. The Inquisition will make the most of this opportunity to rid the land of this unwelcome Patriarch, who dared to shake the foundation of the old faith. But then comes the sudden news of Patriarch Junius's reply to the Holy Tribunal. It is no less stunning than the accusation. These words are nothing but lies. I will say this to anyone who dares to bring this accusation against me in person. But I want those hypocrites to bear the full weight of their responsibility for this slander against me, my flock, and the Diamond Dynasty, and the Holy Order. I agree to stand trial before the Holy Tribunal, but I will face them on my own land and on my terms. Patriarch Junius has already received strong support from Patriarch Luke and many priests across Arknia. Parishes of the new faith throughout the Empire are now speaking out in support of Junius Diamond. The Church of the Twin Gods is about to be rent in twain. The Inquisition has no choice but to revoke the trial in order to avert the coming schism. Their new official stance is that Patriarch Junius has been wrongfully accused, and the Holy Tribunal will now apply a more cautious judgment during any further trials against the followers of the new faith. Following the teachings of Patriarch Photis is no longer seen as heresy by the Inquisition. The trial of Junius Diamond has been averted, but the divide within the church is only deepening. The new faith has directly challenged the old faith. The result is uncertain, depending on who you ask. Some say Junius Diamond all but pled guilty. Others believe the Patriarch and the alleged rebellion against the church, as well as the Inquisition, is nothing but a ruse. There are also people who think the entire situation sounds like one of the Secret Chancellery's dirty deeds. One way or another, the Patriarch of Astinia and co-leader of the new faith remains at his post. But for how long? And how will the old faith and the new faith clash next? The Reglata and Talrina rivers meet outside the city walls. You have barely left the capital since you came here all those years ago. A breeze is blowing in your face, and the bright noon sun hangs above the shining pillar. Your stay in Eterna has come to an end. You arrived here a boy, full of hopes and aspirations, driven by your family's expectations and a desire to live your life as you saw fit. And now you have to leave, and this thought fills you with gentle sadness. Eterna did not become your home, and yet here you realize that you can be a messenger between the will of the twins and the people. You are the hand that shows the way, the interpreter of the gods, the man who guides others to the peak when they depart for the hereafter. You have never felt so close to the twins, but now you carry within you the love and wisdom of the elder, and the law and power of the younger. After your second sacrament, you started seeing the twins' presence in this world everywhere. What will you see back in your hometown, or by the silver tree? You have been chosen to serve the Inquisition. Now you are more than a mere priest. You are a shield of the Church that wards away its enemies and false doctrines. A pain in your chest right under the twins' cross echoes this thought. The schism between the Church and the new faith began in Anizot, but the city is still your home. Changes are coming, and, as an Inquisitor, you will have to face them. You think of Sister Jean often. She was your only companion during the years of study at the seminary, and now she will teach and assist you in your service to the Inquisition. What is the connection between you? Who will you become for one another? You exhale and close your eyes, feeling the riverside wind blowing into your face. Many things must have changed back home by now. Does Mother still pray to the twins 3 times a day? What about the others? They used to repeat the sacred words after her back then. What about now? Nathan probably follows Mother's example. Every letter he has sent you has been filled with elation over your choice of the priest's lot. Nathan failed to enter the seminary of Anizot. He said he got too nervous, and he wrote that he was ashamed of not being able to follow in your footsteps. Nathan is so useless, dude. He's so trash. But being ashamed of failure is against the commoner's lot, you wrote back. A commoner must humbly accept failure, just as he would accept any other kind of suffering. You should cheer Nathan up by bringing him a souvenir from the capital that will remind him of you, a token of love that says you believe in him. After giving it some thought, you head to the temple for a prayer book. You find the great temple of the twins surrounded by the usual calm and quiet. There are no loud voices coming from the people, no loud cries from the merchants. You approach a small bookstore by the temple grounds and examine the prayer books one by one. You search for one with the proper prayers for everything Nathan needs, for the good of the family, for humility, for meekness, and for following one's lot. A small book finds its way to you. The sturdy leather cover feels good in the palm of your hand. You thumb through the prayer book and nod. Everything you are looking for is here. You leave the capital the morning after in a carriage, hired by the Inquisition. Eterna, the city where you spent 4 years, slowly disappears on the horizon. Will you ever see the capital again? You do not know. The prayer book is in your hands. The years of your youth have come to an end. The time has come to leave the capital behind and return to your family and new business in your hometown of Anizot. The years away from home were full of tumult and hardship. Your adult shoulders now bear the burden of your first life-changing decisions. Did you have the freedom to choose this lot for yourself, or was it your destiny all along, ever since your childhood years? All you can do now is follow the path that lies before you. The years of your youth are at an end. The time has come to leave the capital behind and return to your family and new business. I feel like this is slightly different, but it's the same. Alright. We're good at diplomacy. "20 years old. Next year we're allowed to drink."
A full adult now, I returned from the capital a changed man. Yet, my hometown was not the same as I had left it. Fate had difficult times in store for all of us.
Chapter 4, Peacetime. You and Jean are returning to Anizot together. You listen to the spinning wheels of the carriage as it makes its way along the road. You see the land of Magra through the window, empty, desiccated by ancient magic. Americans in 1138? Well, it's a fantasy world, right? So there could be Americans, you never know. You are home, but you are no longer the boy who took this road to the capital 4 years ago. You are coming back a priest. Could your family ever have imagined that this would be the lot with which you would return? You will begin your service with the Inquisition in your home province. You will be reunited with your family soon. You are home, but you are no longer the boy who set out for the capital 4 years ago. You are coming back a priest. Could your family ever have imagined that this would be the lot with which you would return? You will begin your service with the Inquisition in your home province. I don't like looking at these. This is fucking spoilers. The air in the carriage is stuffy despite the blinds that shut out the sun. It will take time to get used to the heat again. The scorching days are followed by freezing nights. Such is the desert in wintertime. Jean has changed drastically during her months away. You struggle to begin a conversation with her. In the end, she is the first to speak. It's time I told you of our mission in Anizot, Brother Robin. I dislike that at the very end of your life, it says the revolt. Yeah, I know. It feels very spoilery. I don't know why they did that. I feel like that's actually bad. I don't like that either. I feel like each chapter should just unravel itself. Sure, I think that's a huge flaw. It is time I told you of our mission in Anizot, Brother Robin. Then why has the Inquisition decided to assign it to 2 recent seminary graduates? The Inquisition considers me sufficiently prepared for this mission, and I vouch for you. The mission that awaits us will take a long time to complete. I need somebody reliable by my side. Magra has grown restless of late. The teachings of Fotis have taken root here. The local priests reject their duty. They tell their congregations to seek their lots within themselves. They claim the teachings of Saint Isacius are lies. Don't they see they're marching straight to the foot of the pillar and dragging their flock along with them? But that's not all. The church received an anonymous letter denouncing Cassius, the patriarch of Magra, for enabling all manner of sects and heresies in the province and blaspheming against the gods. This report must be investigated, and should we find proof of his guilt, we are to remove Cassius from his post and defrock him. Needless to say, this will not be easy. Right now, the Magran Inquisition is weak, respected neither by the nobles nor the clergy. Until they recognize our authority, they will be unlikely to obey us. Cassius has been patriarch since Fotis' demise 5 years ago. He was elected unanimously at the sacred conclave of Magra. He is beloved by his flock and respected by the clergy. We have therefore been strongly advised to investigate this matter in secret. We must restore the authority of the Inquisition. Then, if Cassius is indeed guilty, we must find proof. Then, and only then, may we accuse him openly. The tribunal hearing against Patriarch Junius Diamond was a disgrace. What happened there must not be repeated in Magra. The Church has entrusted Inquisitor Ulrich with this case. We are expected to assist in his investigation however we can and help protect Anizot against heresy. But I think we should be wary of him. Father Ulrich is a ruthless man and a zealous inquisitor, overzealous at times. They say he has burned entire villages to the ground for the sake of the true faith. We will do our utmost to restore the authority of the Inquisition, but I fear Father Ulrich may be inclined to abuse his authority. Please, for our sake, be discreet around him. Either way, our mission will not be simple, but we will restore order in Magra. Let us eradicate every seed of heresy here and uproot the weeds of this new faith. The city that houses the Silver Tree must remain a symbol of true faith. Can I count on your support, Robin? See, here, this is a bit scary for me. Because to me, this depends entirely on what's the writing. Like, if I say, yeah, I support you, is that going to like railroad me to actually be an actual Inquisitor? Or what? Or is that just going to, you know? It's in some RPGs, it has those issues where you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna play along for now or whatever, and then you do that, and then you just can't do anything with it, except just keep going. Because right now, the only thing we should say is, yes, I support you. You assure Jean that she has your full support. You're entirely on her side. Heresy will be dealt with. The Inquisition will grow strong. The truth about Patriarch Cassius will be revealed. I'm glad to hear that, Robin. The city walls of Anizot finally appear on the horizon. Your service to the Inquisition promises to be difficult, but right now you're going home. The carriage stops. A familiar gate. Your bedroom window. The same one you used to climb out of at night from time to time. The well-tended garden with its imported soil, delightful greenery, and Mother's beloved violet irises. The porch you used to jump off of when you were little. You are home. You touch the handle of the front door and halt for a moment. It has been 4 years since you left for Eterna, but it feels like yesterday. The air inside is cool as usual. Father cannot stand a stuffy room and insists on constantly airing out the house. Nathan's shaggy head peeks out from behind the sitting room door. Your younger brother is the first to reach you, crying out with joy. He embraces you tightly. Nathan is now as tall as you are, and his hair almost reaches his shoulders, but he still has the same lost look in his eye he had when he was a boy. You're finally back, Robin. Home just hasn't been the same without you. And look, you're wearing a cassock, a true priest. I'll never be one, unfortunately. I didn't get into the seminary. He stares at the ground guiltily. You show him the prayer book you bought for him by the great temple of the twins back in the capital. May the light of the faith shine in your eyes forevermore, brother. Nathan clutches at the little prayer book and nods with gratitude. Mother walks out of the sitting room. Nathan runs to her, and she leans on his arm as he leads her to you. Mother's back is bent. She has grown pale, and a thin web of wrinkles covers her face. She can barely stand unassisted. These are the troubling telltale signs of the illness your brother and sister mentioned in their letters from home. Slowly she embraces you. You press your face into her shoulder, breathing in the nearly forgotten, dearly beloved smell. Mother holds your shoulders and studies you for a long time. You have been away so long, my son, but it was all for a good reason. I'm so very proud you chose to follow the priestly lot. Never in my wildest dreams did I think my own son would bring the twins' teachings to the world and save other men's souls. To think I held you in these arms not so long ago. Mother's arms are thinner now. They feel nearly weightless. Gloria walks up to you next. She is dressed in men's clothing, including culottes. A frock coat and a necktie with a massive pin. She's almost unrecognizable in her new attire. There are dark circles under her eyes, as though from lack of sleep or frequent tears. Her first words to you are dripping with sarcasm. Well, hello there, my brother the priest. Can't say I expected that. You'll be the one watching over our souls now, I suppose. You offer a composed response. You will always be ready to help Gloria if she finds herself in need of spiritual guidance. But you're not just a priest. You're also her brother. Gloria breaks into an involuntary smile. She finally lets her feelings show and embraces you. Loud footsteps echo down the stairs. Stefan appears. Your elder brother has grown taller and more broad-shouldered. You notice how harsh his features have become. He looks even more like grandfather now. Stefan greets you politely with a solemn nod. Greetings, brother. It's a shame you returned with a cassock rather than a sword, but at least you weren't left a commoner like our youngest brother. You may not have earned a noble lot, but your cause is important to the Empire. The Brante family welcomes you. As he says these words, you hear the door to Father's office open. Father looks older. His back is hunched, and he squints. There are deep lines around his mouth and silver threads in his dark hair and mustache. He stops a few steps away and examines you from head to toe. You meet his gaze. When I sent you off to the capital, I didn't expect you to return like this, but you have chosen your own path. I am saddened that you won't follow in my footsteps, but such is the will of the twins. I accept your decision. With a bit of hesitation, Father comes closer and pats you on the back. Well then, time for dinner. Your mother has prepared a veritable feast for you. For the first time in years, the entire family is together. You can finally spend some time with another member of your family today. No, Father? I'm gonna talk to Gloria. At the table, you try to ask Gloria about her life, but your sister evades your questions. I live, I suffer, I help around the house, I know my place, just like a low-born girl is supposed to. Then be silent, Gloria. Your brother's lot is to offer guidance to the lowborn, not endure their pleas. Why don't you tell us if you've made any useful acquaintances, Robin? You have to relate the 4 years you spent in Eterna. Only later that night, when the family is getting ready for bed, do you manage to have a conversation with your sister by the smoldering fireplace. You assure Gloria that your cassock and priestly status will never come between you. She is still your sister. Gloria casts a wary glance at you, then finally gives free rein to her feelings. As you embrace, she buries her face in your shoulder. You stroke her tangled curls. I really hope you'll always be my brother, Robin. Mother, Nathan and I, we all seem to be unwanted in this house. Sir Robert spends all his time at work, so Stefan has been running the household. It's taken a heavy toll on Mother. I can see her losing her will to live. You know, at her age, she might pass away forever and not be reborn. She had to endure a lot before she met Sir Robert, and her illness is consuming her. All Stefan cares about is getting the family ennobled by the sword. He'd sacrifice anyone for it. I'm worried the first thing he's going to do is drive me out of the house, so I won't taint the Brante family name with my origins. I'm just an obstacle to him, a hindrance. You know, Robin, I'm not sure how much longer I can tolerate this injustice. Times are changing. If I'm lowborn, that doesn't mean I'm going to serve the nobles until my true death. All over the Empire, commoners are fighting for their rights. Gloria suddenly cuts herself short. For a long time you sit in silence, listening to the crackling fireplace. The Brante family is about to face some challenging times. Spring has come. The nightly chill of the desert loses its bite. The daily heat dissipates its gentle rains. At the local Inquisition ward, you're greeted only by dust, dirt, and silence. The building is completely abandoned. It takes both of you several weeks just to make it presentable again. Father Ulrich is yet to arrive. You and Jean have kept your arrival a secret, but you cannot wait any longer. Today is the day when a sacred conclave must assemble in every province of the Empire. You will have to make your presence known to the brothers and sisters of the clergy and announce your mission to purge heresy and apostasy. During a sacred conclave, each province elects a patriarch to represent the faith for the next 8 years. In the old days, every man and woman of the flock had to attend the conclave, but that tradition is long gone. Now, only the clergy have a say. Conclave Day is a sacred day indeed. On this day, the twins themselves descend and reside within the temples of the empire. They bear witness to the chosen patriarchs of each province, the holiest among equals, the men who will speak to the gods themselves on behalf of their flock. Cassius assumed the patriarchate after the tragic death of Patriarch Photis and has not been presented to the twins yet. Nevertheless, there is no doubt Cassius will be elected by the clergy of Magra once again. The conclave is held at the temple by the Silver Tree. The last time you went there, you were just a boy. You were struck by the tree even then, but now you gaze at it through though it were an old friend. An inquisitor, you no longer need to touch the tree to feel the life beating within it. The square by the Silver Tree is rarely crowded, but today it is packed. All 3 lots are represented here in ample numbers. The nobles repose in soft chairs in the shade of the tents. The clergy file into the temple one by one. The common folk swarm the square, pushing and shoving for a better view. You hear cries of joy, a hum of approval, and applause. Common people do indeed favor Cassius. You and Jean have to push through the crowd to reach the temple doors. Not even Eterna had crowds this big. I thought we'd be trampled for sure. Before entering the temple, you place your hand on the trunk of the tree. It is remarkably warm. At least one thing is still the same. There are over 100 people in the temple. All the clergy of Magra are gathered here, from the abbots of the principal Magran temples to traveling preachers. Most wear the black robes of the old faith. In the far corner of the hall, however, you see several priests of the new faith. A few in number and dressed in white, they keep to the side. You and Jean sit in the front row. The others eye you with curiosity and suspicion. You catch your names among the whispers that fill the temple. It seems your arrival was a secret to no one. There's so much fear in them, so much hatred. Do you think they're hiding something? Or has someone poisoned their minds against our order? The cheering of the crowd drowns out Jean's words. Patriarch Cassius is approaching, blessing the people around him as he crosses the square. The Patriarch enters the temple. The doors are locked behind him. The clamor grows quiet. Cassius has a pleasant look about him. A sturdy middle-aged man, he greets people with a soft, peaceful smile. Those gathered at the temple rise from the pews to greet the Patriarch. The priests in white cassocks are the last to rise. One of them, a priest of considerable age, catches your attention. You are struck by his clean-shaven face and the uncannily sharp look in his eye. The trim of his cassock is embroidered with gold, and his hands rest upon a long staff to help him stand. That is Father Lennart. Father Lennart. That is Father Lennart. He has been the abbot of this temple for over 20 years. I remember him as a wise and kindly man, but my sorrow for him knows no measure now. Photis's teachings have clouded his mind. The Patriarch greets the audience with a dignified bow, and everyone takes their seats. Cassius slowly ascends the stairs to the altar of the twins and kneels before their images. The words of his prayer echo throughout the temple. O heavenly lords, O givers of life, the younger defender of the world, judge and counselor, the elder, the spirit of truth and love, filling everything with his presence. We humbly abide by your law. by the 3 lots of his sages. May the righteous achieve eternal bliss, and may the sinners suffer retribution without mercy. In your sight, I hereby relinquish my authority as Patriarch. May you allow your children to elect him who shall take my place. The air feels heavy, as though it is pressing down on you. The priests remain motionless, holding their breath. That incredible, all-consuming silence falls upon the room. In this silence you hear the faint patter of footsteps across the temple. The moment slowly passes, the illusion fades, the air becomes light again. A staff taps against the tiles. The leader of the new faith approaches Cassius. We have seen their sign. The twins are with us now. I, Father Lennart, Abbot of the Temple of the Silver Tree, declare the sacred conclave open. Father Cassius, would you please join the rest? With a smile, Cassius does so. And so the conclave of Magra must elect a patriarch to speak to the twins on behalf of our faith for the next 8 years to come. Speak the names of those who are worthy. Several dozen voices answer his call, all at once. Cassius! Cassius! Father Cassius! No other candidate is mentioned. Father Lennart rubs the bridge of his nose before he continues. So, you have spoken the name of Father Cassius. I hear none other. Then let us begin the ceremony. The acolytes give every priest 2 stones, one black, one white. An enormous bowl is brought to stand before the altar of the twins. Once the stones have filled the bowl, Father Lennart begins to count them, dividing them into 2 piles on either side of the altar, for all to see. I count 1 black stone for each new believer here. Does this mean that all the others trust him without reservation? Then let the will of the Sacred Council be done beneath the watchful eye of the twins. Father Cassius shall be our patriarch. He shall be our voice before the twins and our mentor in this earthly realm. Cassius steps before the altar, the soft smile still on his face. Before the image of the twins I accept my burden as Patriarch of Magra. May the wisdom of the younger and the power of the elder grant me strength in this service. The priests rise from the pews once again to cheer for the new patriarch. Father Lennart raises a hand, calling for silence. Brothers and sisters, this conclave is concluded, but before we exit this temple to announce the name of the new patriarch to the people, we must first hear out the inquisitors who have come to our province. They will proclaim their mission, so that each priest may relay their words to his or her parish. You and Jean take a step towards the altar, but an unexpected creaking sound startles those within the temple. The temple doors burst open. An armed squad marches into the hall, champions of faith, warriors of the Order of the Inquisition. They are led by Inquisitor Ulrich. He holds an edict sealed with 3 seals. Who dares violate the laws of the sacred conclave? The doors of this temple must remain closed until a new patriarch has been elected. The patriarch's voice booms within the temple walls as though the twins themselves share his indignation. And yet, Inquisitor Ulrich only raises his eyebrows in response. But Patriarch, the conclave has concluded, has it not? I am Inquisitor Ulrich. I have been sent by the Order of the Inquisition to purge the last remnants of Char Milenides' legacy from your province. Anyone insolent enough to stand in my way shall be branded an ally of the heretics and sentenced to true death. You exchange a quick glance with Jean. Purging the dark legacy of Char Milenides from the province may be a trumped-up excuse, but it grants the Inquisitor incredible authority. Here in Magra, it is all too easy to tie anything and anyone to the rebellious Duke. There are 2 other Inquisitors present here. I want their voices to be heard, not just by the members of the Conclave, but by the common people as well. Usho. The clergy of Magra often tend to ignore or utterly distort the will of the Inquisition. I am here to prevent this from happening. His words are met with indignant cries, but Father Ulrich remains still, his piercing gaze transfixing Cassius, waiting for an answer. The Patriarch is perplexed at first, but he slowly begins to regain his composure as he recognizes the support he enjoys on the part of the clergy. You have no right to bring strife to this house of the twins. Magra never required the attention of the Inquisition when I was its Patriarch, and nothing has changed. Our congregation's faith is stronger than ever. The confidence in his voice grows. The other priests support him with shouts of encouragement. Inquisitor Ulrich takes several steps towards Cassius. Those are powerful words, Patriarch. The Order of the Inquisition wants to determine whether or not they are true. If they are, we will leave Magra. Ulrich gestures for you to come closer. But I have interrupted your speech, Inquisitors. Come, make our intentions known. I am certain the people will give you their due attention now. Brother Robin, kindly address those who have gathered here today from the temple steps. Put the Magrans at ease, or accuse the Magrans. I'm gonna put them at ease. You stand on the steps of the temple. The crowd watches your face, distraught. The clergy stare at your back, wary and alert. It is as though the entire city has gathered to hear you speak. You tell them that the Inquisition has come to Anizot on an important mission, but it is by no means a mission of punishment. You have been sent here to save souls, to protect them from the dangers of heresy and magic. All of you, yourself included, are but humble children of the twins. Those whose faith is strong have nothing to fear from you. The crowd is silent. Jean stares at you in confusion. You hear hushed whispers among the clergy behind your back. It brings me joy to hear these words. To fight the scourge of magic is a worthy cause, but I doubt you will find it here in Magra. Now excuse me while I greet my flock and announce the conclusion of the conclave. You breathe a sigh of relief only when you return to the Inquisition ward. Inquisitor Ulrich is not pleased with you, and he makes no effort to hide it. I was told to act as your mentor. The first thing I will tell you is this: you must cast away all fears and indecision. They are luxuries we cannot afford. We are the servant of the twins. We are their shield, their sword of punishment. We are the ones who must be feared. Inquisitor Brante, you were supposed to show our strength, but instead you showed only weakness. You were supposed to remind the sinners of the inevitable punishment that awaits them. You were supposed to strike fear into the hearts of the apostates, who show the flock that we are here to root out all heresy and sin. But instead, you made it seem as though our mission will not affect them. You two will handle the affairs of the Order while I investigate the Patriarch's schemes. Dismissed. Tolerance of faiths represents how many people in the province accept new teachings about the twin gods. The higher this tolerance is, the harder it is for the Inquisition to suppress these teachings. Oh, okay. Okay. You come back home after a short stroll through the city. As soon as you set foot in the house, you are greeted by Stefan, who invites you to have a talk in Father's office. When you enter the room, Father has a heap of letters in front of him and is signing them one after another. Son, Stefan and I must discuss an important matter with you. While you were in the capital, our family formally petitioned the Overseer to grant us the nobility of the sword. We have 3 generations of noble blood already. We have the right to make our nobility hereditary. Your grandfather took the first steps towards the nobility of the sword as soon as Stefan was born, and now we are on the brink of becoming the Elbrants. If Overseer Gaius Tempest and the nobles of the province deem us worthy, we will receive a hereditary title. All nobles of the Brante family will remain noble forever, as will their descendants. Father and I do our utmost to maintain the family's position, but our goal can be reached only if our reputation remains unblemished in the eyes of high society. The nobility is watching our every step. Father lays a hand on your shoulder. Now this is your cause too. The future of our family depends on it. We need an estimable reputation and wealth. Everyone bearing the name of Brante affects it. Remember that with every action you take, Robin. You will have to appear before Anizot High Society. We're going to host a reception for the nobility at our home soon. You must uphold the honor of our family, brother. You'll relate the news from Eterna to our guests and present yourself in a favorable light. With Stefan at the helm, the entire family spends a full week preparing for the majestic reception. The house is flooded with decorations and new tableware. Delicacies are cooking in the kitchen, round the clock, and the napkins now bear an embroidered oak branch in chains, the Brante family crest. Embroidered oak branch in chains. Ah. Gloria is the only one to neglect the common cause. Were it up to me, I wouldn't be seen at this hypocritical gathering, but I don't want to let Sir Robert down. He's the only reason I plan to stay for the event. The evening of the reception has come. Dignified conversations and the clinking of glasses fill the house. Among your guests are many highborn, powerful people. Your father and Stefan dance from guest to guest, making sure no one is overlooked. Young Robin, how splendid to see you. So, what was your time in the capital like? You exchange pleasantries with a high-placed relative. Meanwhile, Gloria and Mother spend the evening on a settee by the wall without drawing any attention. Neither your father nor your elder brother introduce them to the noble guests. Still, one of the guests, a young nobleman of the sword named Jose El Pelletier, keeps staring at Gloria in fascination. Your sister averts her eyes, bemused. Lady Gloria, you are the true gem of the evening. You look so marvelous, darling. I haven't seen your like even in the capital. When you walk past Gloria, you hear her hurried whisper. Robin, please talk to me. This Sir El Pelletier keeps following me. I feel uneasy. What does he want from me? I'm just a lowly commoner. Come with me to the other side of the room, although I'll probably still stand out among all these refined nobles. Look, it's Durant the painter. I wonder what's brought him so far from the capital. It would be fabulous if you could paint our family portrait. We should all be on canvas together. We're one big happy family, after all. Wineglass in hand, you cast a look across the crowded room. It is time to choose how you will spend the evening. Share the news from the capital. Sure. The moment you approach Stefan, he links elbows with you and leads you to the most prestigious place by the table, where the most eminent of the guests are seated. May I present to you my younger brother, Robin Brante. He just returned from the capital. Robin, why don't you entertain our guests with the latest news from Eterna? You make a courtly introduction and describe recent noteworthy events in the capital, the celebration of the heir's coming of age, the attempt by Gaius Tempest to enshrine in law the rights of nobles of the mantle, Patriarch Luke's sermon. The nobles inquire about the customs and sentiments of the capital. Is it true that the wealthy commanders of Eterna do not acknowledge the authority of the nobility, or that the adherents of the new faith openly denounce the laws? You describe the state of affairs in the capital in a delicate manner so as not to antagonize your guests. Yes, there are plenty of liberties taken in Eterna, but you can attest to the fact that the Empire still rules with a firm hand and maintains order. More and more listeners gather around you. They plunge into a heated discussion. Will this wave of change reach our province? What awaits our homeland under the rule of the new overseer Gaius Tempest? The guests agree that the nobles of the province have some tough times ahead of them, but worthy families like the Brantes give them hope. Excellent, brother. You have shown yourself and our family in a favorable light. Moreover, you managed not to distress our guests with alarming news. The night was a success. Pro at diplomacy. The Brante family has been uneasy for several months now. With father traveling all over the province for his judicial duties, the animosity between Stefan and Gloria has grown into a full-blown feud. Your elder brother tries to use his position as heir to keep his sister in check and make her behave in accordance with her estate. Gloria repudiates his authority. Their fights rock the house on a daily basis. Eventually, after returning from his latest trip, Father gathers Stefan, Gloria, Nathan and you in his office. His somber look portends a difficult conversation. Stefan gazes at his father defiantly. Gloria is poised to lash out and run away. Nathan quietly keeps to the side. Children. For a long time now, our family has been striving to become nobles of the sword. Every noble member of the Brante family will gain a hereditary title. This is your grandfather's dying wish. Gloria sighs loudly. Then why am I here, Sir Robert? She's right. This is a Brante matter. Wait until I finish, Stefan. I am still the head of this household. If you are truly so concerned about honor, show your father some respect. It can't be helped. Not all of us are noble, but now we must be united as never before. We must work together to protect the reputation and wealth of this family. But you, Stefan, perpetually humiliate Gloria. Father, all I'm trying to do is put her in her place. You know perfectly well the consequences of any attention Gloria might attract. Our every step is being observed. The nobles will make pariahs of our family for all eternity if they remember Gloria's filthy origins and your reckless marriage to Lydia. Father turns red in the face, but with considerable effort he remains composed. That is so. Our grandfather did everything in his power to remedy your mistakes. Please, Father, don't repeat them. Gloria speaks up. I am just trying to live, Sir Robert, but Stefan wants to lock me in a cage so nobody will ever lay eyes on me. That is not it at all. You are lowborn, but you don't live by your lot. You do whatever takes your fancy. You're constantly grumbling about the order of things. Did you know, Father, that she defies all prohibitions by continuing to write poetry? As far as you're concerned, anyone who contradicts you is as an insurgent. When will you grasp the idea that you may not argue with a nobleman? I am the heir of this family, and my word is your law. Purple with rage, Father slams his fist on the table. It is rare to see him so furious. Both your elder brother and sister instantly fall silent. Frightened, Nathan shrinks into a corner. Hold your tongues, both of you. Let Robin speak. He has witnessed your quarrels. He should know best which of you is in the right. Appeal to Nathan? What the fuck does that even mean? I'm gonna appeal to Nathan. Let's YOLO Nathan. Is Nathan gonna do anything useful? To everyone's surprise, you turn to Nathan. He meets your look with a quizzical gaze from under his unruly hair. You point out to Nathan that he has studied theology after all. According to the holy teachings, how should a brother and sister act? Nathan is embarrassed and replies reluctantly. Gloria refuses to accept her lot and live like a commoner. I understand her, but the gods will neither understand nor forgive her. Nathan is transfigured. His face lights up and his voice is suddenly strong. You, Stefan, don't understand your lot completely either. Ruling does not mean being a tyrant. Ruling entails taking care of those beneath one's station. What? Are you trying to teach me how to live by my noble lot, you dimwit? You side with Nathan. The prophet Isaeus himself interprets the noble lot as taking care of the other estates. So if Stefan uses his power to humiliate people who displease him, he is violating his lot. Wasn't he the one who spoke to you about the nobleman's duty to protect his family when you were searching for Gloria in the far corners of Anizot all those years ago? Stefan frowns in displeasure but has no response. Next, you turn to Gloria. The lowborn lot is suffering. Gloria must remember that. However unfairly Stefan may treat her, she ought to bear it with patience and humility. Your sister just purses her lips in response. We all have to live by our lots. No mistakes are allowed. Isn't that right, Robin? You peer into the eyes of your younger brother. They are filled with a strange sorrow. What is he trying to say? Enough. I can handle my lot myself. Stefan marches swiftly out of the office. Gloria follows him to the door. I've heard it over and over again since I was a child. Suffering, patience, suffering, patience. So this is how I'll live, if it so pleases the noble Brants. After the conversation in your father's office, Stefan and Gloria stop fighting for a while. Your home is peaceful at last. Or is this just the calm before the storm? Stefan fucking loves me. I'm his idol. But Nathan. Did I say Stefan? I don't know. Two powerful lords have been struggling for power in Magra for over 2 years now. The new overseer of the province, Gaius Tempest, cannot seem to rein in the obstinate spirit of Archduke Tarquinius Milanidas. Unwilling to accept that he is no longer the overseer of Magra, the Archduke still stubbornly continues to assert his right to rule the province. Most of the Magran gentry, who swore allegiance to him generations ago, remain loyal to him even now. Gaius Tempest has publicly demanded that the Archduke recognizes the Overseer's rule as legitimate. I am the voice and the will of Emperor Uther II in the province of Magra. All lands, deeds, and titles, notwithstanding, Archduke Milanidas must obey his sovereign's will and heed his decree. I hereby extend to the Archduke an offer of peace. Should the Archduke cease his insubordination, his lands, deeds, and titles shall remain his own. The Archduke's response to the Overseer was openly defiant. Since the days of yore, the land of Magra has belonged to the Milanidas dynasty. We are part of the Empire, and we are the Emperor's loyal servants. However, our dynasty will not stand for such intrusion upon our lawful rights and privileges. Never before has an Archduke been stripped of his right to represent the Emperor's rule in his own province. So do not forget, Sir Overseer, that the highest noble families of Magra have sworn fealty to me alone. Neither the Archduke nor the Overseer will relent, but both are too powerful to be readily disposed of. The bad blood between the two Arcanians has festered for too long, and the common people have begun to pay the price for their strife. Stripped of the Overseer's tax privileges, the Archduke Milanidas has decided to impose his own levy upon the citizens and villagers of Magra. The commoners are now forced to pay taxes twice, first to the Overseer and then to the Archduke. This double burden is too much for the common people of Magra to bear. Many have refused the second tax outright, as a lawless measure, but the Imperial Legion, led by the young Dorius Otton, is ruthless. Eagerly and without mercy, the Legion soldiers collect the Archduke's due in cities and villages alike. This year has been an ordeal for your family. The pains taken to be ennobled by the sword. The close attention of the city aristocracy. The squabbles between Stefan and Gloria. Tonight your preoccupied father has gathered the entire family around a table in the backyard. The sun has almost set and there is a soft breeze. But instead of a meal in the open air, you are going to attend a family meeting. In the middle of the table you see an open gilded box. It is full of jewels. Archduke Milanidas himself has bestowed this gift upon us. It is a surprise indeed. I thought you all had a right to know. Father unfolds a letter lying beside the box. Sir Robert Brant, I bestow this precious box upon you and your family as a symbol of the care with which I treat the people of my province. Pray accept this gift, and remember with whom the loyalty of the true nobles of Magra lies. Archduke of Magra, Tarquinius of the Milanidas. The family stares in amazement at the jewels sparkling in the last rays of sunshine. It's worth quite a fortune, but the Archduke is fully aware that I am on the side of Prefect Elborn and Overseer Gaius Tempest. Could he really expect our loyalty to be bought so brazenly? On the other hand, the Archduke is not demanding anything of us, and our family has borne a lot of expenses recently. Father, no one is forcing you to side with Melanidas. Who are we in comparison to the Archduke anyway? We must not anger him by refusing his gift. The jewels are certainly welcome. They're worthy of being shared with the best families of Anizot. They will pave our way to the nobility of the sword. Mother shakes her head glumly. Oh, Robert, I have a feeling this gift bodes ill. It may be an impertinence on my part, but I do not want our family to be indebted to the Archduke. Certainly not, accepting gifts from Melanidas. He is infamous for oppressing the commoners and robbing villages blind with his taxes. This isn't your decision, Gloria. It's a matter of our family's honor and reputation. Please don't start bickering again. Let Robin says what he thinks we should do with this gift. You are the center of attention now. Your vote will be the deciding factor. I think we should send it back to the Archduke. Because the Archduke, like, anything else other than declining the gift? He's taking a stance against the crown. So I think we have to decline the gift. Looking the family patriarch straight in the eye, you state that such a gift is not to be accepted. The Archduke will see it as an oath of allegiance to him. It would be better to provoke his anger than to fall into his trap. You ask Father to send the box back at once. Well, I suppose you're right, Robin. It is far too dangerous, not only for me, but for the entire family. I'll write to the Archduke. Bring me my quill. It is your decision, Father, but please consider how much we stand to lose. There are no jewels I would not renounce to keep you safe. Mother, Nathan, and Gloria cast grateful looks at you. Even Stefan accepts Father's decision after some grumbling. You spend the rest of the night around the table, resting, conversing pleasantly, and amusing yourselves. For the first time in a long while, there is nothing casting a shadow over your home. The Archduke does not deign to reply to Father's letter. No one expected otherwise. Does the Archduke count you among his enemies now, or has he forgotten about your existence? But why waste time guessing when you have a moment of peace to enjoy? There is only one disadvantage. You do not have a single coin tucked away in the family treasury. God damn, +2 unity? What the fuck? Represents how close and trusting your family is. Oh, well, that's good. We're at 9 now. That's fucking good. +1 valor. Because we took a stance. Another winter has come to Magra. It has been almost a year since your return home. The Order has gradually been gaining power and influence in Anizot. The Inquisition ward is no longer as deserted as it once was. It is now filled with the hushed voices of young inquisitors and the heavy echoing footfalls of the champions of faith. You and Jean are only assigned cases of low importance. Inquisitor Ulrich has taken it upon himself to investigate all cases related to Patriarch Cassius personally. Rarely, if ever, does Ulrich ask the two of you for assistance, but today, of all days, unexpectedly, he has requested a word with you. For the first time ever, you visit his cell, a spacious yet ascetically furnished room. Ulrich is sitting on a plain-looking stool behind a humble desk when you enter. A lash hangs on the wall across from you. There is a disturbing air about it. Inquisitor Robin, there is a certain special case I'd like to entrust to you. There is a society that exists in Anizot. They study the culture of the Latari, an ancient civilization that is long extinct. This is a society only for nobles. Most of its members are young and carefree. You come from a noble family. You know their manners and their etiquette, which is why you will be going there. By the will of the twins, the parents of one such carefree young nobleman have found a book in his possession. An odd book indeed, and they brought it here. He points at book lying on the desk. He points at the book lying on the desk in front of him. The front of the metal-bound tome bears an engraving. Vedas of the Latari people. A translation by Master Newman, professor of the Imperial College. Upon his family's insistence, this noble, a young man by the name of Arnaud El Rancourt, paid us a visit. He claimed he had done nothing wrong and insisted that the society's meetings are just like any other noble party. The only unusual thing about them is their theme. They read the poetry of an extinct civilization. They wear peculiar clothing. They hide their faces behind masks of gold, the same color as the skin of the Latari. But he let it slip that a certain mystery is about to take place at their next gathering. His explanation was quite incomprehensible, but the young El Rancourt was very excited indeed. I convinced him to donate his invitation and mask to us. His codename is Ayel. This society has not gained much popularity just yet, but they must have a patron of considerable influence. What if Patriarch Cassius is the one behind it, and this society is what we have been warned about? One way or another, we must arrest the heretics, and make Cassius pay for allowing such a sect to exist. Your mission is to find out what they're up to. You must act quickly, before they learn that we have El Rancourt. My squad of champions of faith will follow you. They will assist you in rounding up the apostates. You nod. At last, you finally have an important case to investigate. You recall the history books you read and studied long ago. The Lakari were an old civilization, an ancient race of magic wielders who worshipped false gods and even enjoyed a brief alliance with the Empire. Around 200 years ago, the Latari disappeared from the face of the world, just like all the other lesser civilizations. Father Ulrich presents you with a gilded mask. The society's meeting places a noble mansion on the outskirts of Anizot. As you ride a carriage to the Latari society, you lean back on the cushions and close your eyes. What do you know of this dead civilization? The most important thing you can remember is that the Latari believed that true existence was the product of their own will. They thought the world around them was an illusion, a dream of their own making. You cannot help but wince at the thought. The world was created by the will of the twins, not the will of mortal creatures. No wonder they rid the world of the Latari. The carriage stops. You meet with a small squad of the champions of faith in an alley near the mansion. The squad is led by one Captain David Agaronim, a grizzled, muscled swordsman hailing from Arknia. His naturally grim face is made even more hideous by a number of battle scars. Good evening, Inquisitor Brante. We'll be right nearby. Give us a sign, and we'll come to your aid. The mansion is large, but inconspicuous. You see noble carriages in the courtyard, many more than you had expected. The gatekeepers bow and open the gate as soon as they see you. It seems the mask is enough to convince them you belong inside. You're ushered into a dressing room of sorts. A change of clothes already await you inside. It is unlike any garment you have ever seen, a square of flowing, sparkling cloth with clasps and cords to keep it in place. The servants help you into this bizarre garb. You cannot help but feel rather silly and uneasy dressed like this. But on your chest behind the costume rests the symbol of the twins, filling you with strength. The champions of faith await nearby, ready to come to your aid. You can do this. Next, a large hall. The windows are covered in black cloth to keep prying eyes away. What seems at first to be a strange performance is playing out before your very eyes. You hear droning, unfamiliar music coming seemingly from nowhere. People fill the hall, dressed in flowing robes and delicate gilded masks with narrow slits for eyes. The people stand and move unexpectedly close to one another, their hands on each other's shoulders as they talk. You approach one of the groups, hoping to overhear the subject, but their conversation and almost hoping to overhear the subject of their conversation, and almost recoil when several arms reach out at once, attempting to grasp you tenderly by the shoulder. Steeling yourself, you put a hand on another person's forearm. You do not remember the last time you allowed yourself to touch another human being. The masked people seem friendly and genial. No one appears surprised by your insecurity. They continue their conversations as they accept you into their circle. Their conversations are also quite out of the ordinary. You hear unfamiliar names, names that could belong to legendary heroes of the Latari, or people here who have taken them as secret identities. You hear references to books you do not know, and the emotions these people felt while reading them. You listen as though in a dream. You hear several voices singing in a distant corner of the room. There are no lyrics to the song. Each voice maintains its own note. Together, they form a tender, softly aching melody. The circle of people next to yours begins to move in a strange, slow dance. Their movements are unlike any dance you know. Their intertwined arms become an embrace, and that embrace then becomes intertwined arms yet again. You see golden faces moving all around, and you suddenly realize with perfect clarity that you are a part of this dance too. You are one of them, one with them. You are more than you have ever been before. It is so alluring. It is true greatness. It is power. Limitless, endless power. Your back is perfectly straight now, your head held high, as though you have actually glimpsed another world through other eyes during the short time you have spent here. What other eyes? The eyes of a noble? The eyes of the Latari? The entire world is but the dream of the Latari. The symbol of the faith grows very warm beneath your clothing. It clears your mind and helps you break free from the illusion. You are here for a purpose. Without a sound, you mouth a prayer. The younger, defender of the world, aid me so I may serve thee further. Bring order back into my soul. The elder, the spirit of truth and love, aid me so I may bear thy word further. Fill my mind with purpose. You hear whispers of admiration all around you. An Arcanian woman of below average height, clad in a long cloak and a silver mask, descends the stairs into the hall. "Oh, Lady Octavia has something truly special for tonight," says a voice next to you. And there she is, the secret patron of the Latari Society, Archduchess Octavia Melanides, the Archduke's own daughter, heiress to the province of Magra. She smiles at everyone gathered here, her pitch-black eyes surveying the hall. The Latari were a great civilization with a wondrous and beautiful culture. Their disappearance from the world is an immense tragedy. Thank you all for coming. We have been united by a shared aspiration to understand the culture of the Latari. We have learned so much already, but the mystery of the circle of Latari remains inaccessible to us. Today, some of you shall aid me as we investigate this mystery. Please close your eyes and listen. The time is coming when we must aid, time is coming when what must be said, when the thought becomes the word, when the word becomes the world. Thus spake the Latari. And at this hour we have come together to form this circle, to make our thoughts reality. The Latari made us with the world. The Latari made us with the word, and with ourselves we shall make the world. Thus spake the Latari. Only that which is unchanging exists. Only that which is real is eternal. Motion is death. All that changes is an illusion that makes naught of aught. Thus spake the Latari. Only one thing in this world is unchanging, the Latari. The Latari is the world, for it is all that is real. Thus spake the Latari. As she speaks, Octavia moves elegantly through the crowded hall. Her words enchant and mesmerize. The people in the hall are swaying, seemingly entranced. Octavia stops and whispers something to several chosen members. They walk away deeper into the mansion. Octavia approaches you as well. This close, you can smell her perfume. Come with us too, I yell. The long hallway ends in a dark room. Octavia is the last to enter. Enter the circle, O chosen ones, and join hands. Direct your thoughts and feelings towards the circle's center, towards me. Become one with me. Become one inside the circle. Become Latari. One of the people in the circle begins a droning melody. Others join in the song. Candles burn. There are strange ritualistic symbols inscribed on the floor. You look at them closer. They depict colorful intertwined dragons. A long, thin knife appears in Octavia's hands. The gods are merciful to us, the Latari, their chosen kin. They granted us the sacred laws. The one true faith resides therein. We, Latari, were thus the first creations of immortal gods. The moon sees all it comes across, yet none are equal to our cause. Death is our enemy no more, eternal foe of mortal life. Should it come closer than before, then neither run to it nor hide. The tempo increases, the song becoming disjointed, chaotic, yet somehow orderly and right. The sacred symbol under your costume feels so hot it burns your flesh. Something is happening, and it is offensive in the eyes of the twins. So, heed the law of Latari, one older than the very sky. He who wakes shall prosper, he who sleeps shall die. As she speaks these final words, Octavia Milanidas discards her cloak. She is naked, her beautiful body completely uncovered. The song reaches its climax. Those standing in the circle sway from side to side, their eyes rolled back. They are lost in a trance. Octavia holds the knife to her wrist. She pierces the skin, then makes a long cut along her arm. Bluish blood begins to trickle down her fingers and onto the floor. Octavia raises the knife above her other wrist. A moment more, and the ritual will reach its culmination. Should you intervene? I don't have enough theology to take part of the ritual. Preach to them. I don't have enough eloquence. Arrest the apostates. I mean, I was gonna do that anyway. Like, these guys are fucking freaks. Let's be real. New church, old church, doesn't matter. These guys are weirdos. You break free of the circle. Out of this house. The song behind you stops and dies. You hear bodies fall to the floor, one after another. Run. You have to run. You do not look back as you run outside. You rip the mask from your face and wave your arms. The champions of faith appear before you at once. Hurry, the house is full of apostates who must be arrested at once. The champions of faith storm the mansion. Some of the nobles make a futile attempt at resistance. Most surrender without a fight. You return to the dark room deep within the mansion. The ritual has been cut short. The people are still on the floor, collapsed, unconscious. Octavia Milanidas is on her knees, nude and bleeding. You clutch at a silver-thin slab with a prayer to the elder etched into the metal. Twins, grant me the power of healing. As the slab dissolves in a silvery glow, light begins to emanate from your hands. The wounds on Octavia's body flash white. Slowly, they begin to knit. Octavia Milanidas is returned to her father. The Archduke of Magra expresses his profound gratitude to the Inquisition and promises to see to it personally that his progeny is returned to the faith. His dynasty now bears a mark of great shame. The other nobles await their execution. One by one, under the watchful eyes of Inquisitor Ulrich, the wayward souls ascend the pyres to face the judgment of the twins. The Latari society quickly becomes the talk of the entire city. How could this have happened in Magra of all places? Many turn to Patriarch Cassius for answers. For the first time in a long while, he has none. This marks the end of your first year back home. Inquisition power grows. Tolerance of faith -1. Theology +1. Night is falling over Anisot. This actually, I was trying to get through the chapter, but it's getting really late. I think we'll stop here. At the start of this section, it's past 1. We'll try to do some programming tomorrow. Then I have to do some stuff, and then we'll try to continue. And we'll see. I don't know how long the game is, but I always want to play through the game again after we finish it. We'll see. Anyhow, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.